Oh! Dubov blunders! What? Dubov hung mate? Oh!
What?
Apparently he preemptively ran and just blundered. Oh, rook d6! Rook d6 is winning! Rook d6 is winning because you just take everything. Oh, Hikaru's got to find that. He's got. I mean, come on, he's got to find it. He's played it.
Rook d6 on the board. He did it. He has just done it. Rook d6, and if queen takes, rook takes, king takes, then queen takes, f6, check. Everything is falling apart. e5 also with the check. Queen c7. This is mate in one. It's mate.
Rook e6 mate.
Rook e6 is
Rook
mate.
e6 mate. Dubov plays queen c7 and resigns before Hikaru gets the satisfaction of this beautiful mate on the board.
I think we need to explain what has just happened.
Yeah, we were afraid, so, as our chess gets underway here, the format, by the way, everybody, is the exact same. So everything that we've been talking about, 4 rapid games, but these matches, the semi-finals and the finals, are best of 5. So you need to win 3 matches. The final will be best of 7, so you need to win 4 matches, just like our favorite sporting events, here in the US. Is there best of 5 and best of 7 anywhere else in other sports leagues? I don't...
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But I'm not that big on every single sport, so I just know like football and tennis, and that's just about it.
Right. Yeah, tennis is not... They just, you know, they do their best of 3 and... Sorry, best of 3 or best of 5.
Speaking of tennis, I do like a lot the comparison that Peter Svidler made, that he thinks we can call these mini matches as sets. So today is one set, tomorrow is another set. In tennis terms, it's very easy to describe how these matches work. So today is the first set.
Today is the first set. Okay, we were going to explain what happened in this game. So where does your theoretical knowledge end? Because mine ends on like move 8 or 9 for black. This is an idea though, isn't it, to play g5 in these positions? I think.
Yes, and I'm really hoping that this is what Hikaru prepared, because by the looks of it, it's not something that you would actually want to aim for. So yes. I'm really hoping that this is Hikaru's brilliant preparation that we are seeing. Normally, you don't really want to go and weaken your king side unless there's a good justification for it.
Yeah, g5 is exquisite. So normally, the move g5 is then followed up with knight e4, not knight to d5. In a lot of positions, it adds pressure here, and then you threaten to take the bishop, get the bishop pair, laugh at your opponent. This is different. So, is it really so risky is the question. Obviously, the web engine immediately starts saying, oh, it's +1, whatever. But maybe it doesn't quite fully understand the position. So what does black do from here? I mean, is taking on c3 too dangerous? Is that the point?
That could be an idea. I'm also looking at the database to see if there have been any games on a similar line.
That's what I do. Okay.
Sorry, I'm taking your job, Levy, but I do like to check. And I think, at least from what I can see, in my database, knight takes d5 hasn't happened. So that would mean that earlier only queen takes d5 was tried on that particular move, which is back on move 10. Move 10, queen takes d5 had been played in a couple of games, but not knight takes d5 according to what I see.
Well, queen d5 is very natural. That's not a queen blunder, by the way. Let's not forget about this pin. Queen d5 looks a lot more natural because then a2 is under attack because again the knight's not guarding it. And then you have ideas like rook d8, e5, knight e4. So, well, if this is home prep of some sort, is bishop d3 then a surprise? Like, I mean, this is a very sharp line to play with black. Also, a2 is hanging, right? That's, like, it is a free pawn to take on a2. It might just lose. Let's watch the eval bar. Oh, +9.
Yeah.
I'm not playing that move. Oh.
I was gonna say I like free stuff, but even for me, the a2 pawn is a bit like, oh, there must be something.
Yeah, that was all right. We're off to a good start. That's actually funny. So why does it lose on the spot? Is the because queen h5? Wait, but I don't understand. What if I play king g7? Oh, just bishop e5. You just made me. Oh, you just made me, and I can't f6 queen g6. Ugh. Okay.
That makes sense. Let's not take the pawn on a2.
Okay, well then, yeah, well, according to the machine, the only move here for black to fight is the move e5. If you don't play e5 here, which is, yeah, that's a preparation move. I mean, that is... The idea being that bishop e5, there is knight takes c3, and then the queen hits the bishop. That's the point. Wow.
I sure hope that Hikaru has prepared all this, because you don't really enter this kind of position willingly. So he went for this novelty, at least according to our database, it's a novelty, move 10, knight takes d5. But you don't play this unless you have it well prepared, because the position is extremely sharp.
It is extremely sharp. It could be a matter of just, remembering that e5 is indeed the move, because it is a very weakening move. d5 no longer has any support. The pawn on e5 is a target. And then the thing is, if you don't fully remember, right? Like, for example, let's say e5 is a move that you've prepared, but you only remember knight b3 and knight f5. But then you're like, wait, what if he goes knight b5? Okay, and he plays rook d8. He plays rook d8, which looks natural. The computer really doesn't like it because, I don't know, seen something on the horizon. But material is equal, so, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. I guess his idea is to meet queen h5 with bishop f8. Is that what he wants?
Queen h5 with bishop f8. Could be the one defensive setup that black has to go for. Otherwise, the king side is just looking way too scary. White has opened up the pawn structure right in front of his king, and there are no defenders. All the black pieces are busy on the queen side or in the center, and there's no one guarding the king.
Yeah, it looks very scary. I suppose the idea is to reroute back this way. That really is the danger of this h6 g5. If I edit the board, which I can't do, and I put the g pawn down to g7.
Oh, I wish we could do that. I wish we could move backwards sometimes. It would be great.
Like you have a drunk friend who's trying to fight everybody. I'm not speaking from experience, but you just gotta bring him back. Yeah, that guy's the most aggressive.
What if Levy? I'm just gonna suggest to you a new chess variant where if you had, let's say, 2 or 3 turns where you could move the pawn backwards. So you have like a pawn backwards card 3 times in a game. This would be great here. Yes. I would really love to move g5 to g7.
I would really, This is definitely the moment that you have to do it. Frankly speaking, it could be the best move. Like, if it was legal, the best move in this position would most likely be g5 back to g7. But once we've started talking about those hypotheticals, that we are pretty scared. I'm most afraid of the bishop on d3. It just has an unobstructed view of the entire diagonal, and I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I wonder what came as a surprise, first of all, for Dubov, and then countering back. Maybe it was the move bishop d3. Like, I don't know. I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love to hear.
We'll need to look into this, and of course hear Hikaru's thoughts after the game about this, or after the match, once we can know about his thoughts. But it does feel way too dangerous, and he did not play that e5 move, which was suggested by the computer. He played rook d8 instead. White castled almost instantly, a very logical move, and the problem still exists. The queen coming to h5, the bishop on d3, as you pointed out, the other bishop coming to e5. White has a really natural position and is also ahead in development, while black has weakened the king side, still needs to develop the queen side, as well as try to take care of the king, which has been left alone. So this position is crazy difficult to play for black, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's the biggest problem is the weak king, and you have to create your counterplay quickly. But in creating your counterplay, the only way that's going to happen is if you start trading off pieces. And unfortunately, you're not trading off the right pieces. Like, if the bishop on d3 could just cease to exist for a moment, like just maybe like go to e2, life becomes a lot easier. But it doesn't help that this pawn is a target, and white can play h4 or f4, you know, queen out as well as targeting both. So Hikaru thinking, I'm assuming about how to proceed. It's difficult when you get to a position and just for a moment. Okay, so he does take on c3. I mean, I actually wonder if you can sidestep capturing and just play queen h5 anyway.
Yeah, say that,
But-
hey, you can have that piece, but your king is in trouble.
Even if you I mean, Dubov could, you know what I mean? Like Dubov is the kind of guy to play very risky with queen h5, and
Yeah.
but actually after queen h5, it looks like bishop f8 is more or less forced. So if you try to save your knight, I do believe you will get mated on h7. So it's just a little bit too dangerous here. And
I fully agree with you. I don't think that black can allow this to keep the knight, but give up the h6 pawn. That's mate in a few moves. I don't think there's a defense.
Now Dubov is going for a think. I mean, he's definitely considering this. The natural move is just to take back on c3, but then black is still going to play bishop f8, bishop g7, and maybe we survive. Maybe we just, you know, knight d7, knight f6, whatever. But I trust Daniil to, you know, if there's a player in this field who blitzes out queen h5, it might be Daniil.
I would put money on queen h5, and I normally don't bet.
Yeah,
Queen h5 is on the board.
man.
We should have made that bet before.
Yeah, just well, here's the thing. The good thing is it's a best of 5, and this is game 1. So this is basically, I mean, you made the tennis analogy earlier. You're trying to figure out how well your opponent's playing, how they're hitting forehands, backhands, how their serve is looking. All right, Daniil's got prep here. So against someone like Daniil, you're probably not going to figure him out in the first set. Like, you need a layer of weapons that you're going to play. Maybe you don't return to such an aggressive variation. You maybe go for a Rogozin, like on move 4. Move 4, Hikaru could have went d5. That's a Rogozin defense. So I'm assuming he will play bishop f8 now. Maybe we scan just quickly Magnus's game. I mean, what's going to happen now is Hikaru will play bishop f8, and Daniil's going to think how to develop his initiative. So I'm assuming he will slow down a little bit. So Ding Carlsen. Let's take a brief look.
Sure.
Okay, some stuff.
Not as crazy as Hikaru's game, but this is also a sharp position, taking into account that the black king is still in the middle of the board, while white has castled queenside, and that's where black is trying to attack.
Yeah, we've been seeing this a ton, haven't we? Like these Nightorfs with both Magnus and Ding Liren. Ding plays f3, which is reminiscent of like dragon setup with bishop e3. But then yeah, h5 is like some sort. I mean, this is some sort of new twist to Sicilian, where black just plays h5 and then b5. It's like scholastic chess.
But it kind of works out on elite level somehow.
Yeah, because you know, there's no g4. And guys, I'm just not updating the little board because we will. We're gonna take a very quick look at this game, and then we'll pop up on back on the Hikaru game. So we do have long castles from Ding. Magnus is thinking. So I'm assuming that here there's a capture on f6. There's a knight coming to d5, and then yeah, life is good for white. It's like so.
I do like this position for white, but it's of course way less sharp than Hikaru's position. That's why we're gonna be focusing mainly on Hikaru's game in this very moment, because this can be decisive. The current position that Daniil Dubov has with the white pieces is already insanely promising for white, but like decisive advantage.
Yeah, wait, what is so bad about e5? This is it just f7? Wow, is there just no way to defend? Wait, but what if you play... Okay, so queen c7... I guess there's bishop takes e5. Okay, I mean, look. So, I should also just remind everybody of the format. I see people asking how many games they're playing and everything. We have a scoreboard. Let me just make sure that our scoreboard is fully functioning. before I, confidently boot it up on the screen. I want to...
And while you do that, I'll also verbally explain that, guys, don't worry. This is the first game. There will be 4 in total, 4 rapid games. And out of the 4 rapid games, if it's still a tie, after 4 rapid games, we will then go to 2 blitz games. If it's still a tie, the mini match of today, then and there's an Armageddon coming up after the 2 blitz games. So Hikaru is on the verge of losing the first rapid game. That is true. That is the current state. And White is playing beautifully. Bishop takes e5 because the queen is overloaded. It has to be protecting the f7 square. If queen takes c5, it's mate in 2 with queen f7, queen g8.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very good start for Daniil. He couldn't have asked for better. His opening works out. Our bracket does work. I did have to solve that on the back end for a second, but remember, it's best of 4 rapid. There might be 2 blitz games if it's 2-2, and there will be an Armageddon. There's at least 3 and potentially 7 games in every match played, and today is the first match, and it's best of 5. So, pretty deep breath. We're gonna be here for a while. But
we're gonna be here for a while, but it certainly is a difficult start for Hikaru. So he will need to forget about this game, start the blank page as if it did not happen, because the psychological side of chess is also very important, and he cannot have this in the back of his mind, which is, I think, a very difficult task, since there will only be a 15-minute break until the next game begins.
Yes.
He may have to go for something solid with the white pieces just to cool down. A draw is not a disaster after a game like this, and then focus on the remaining 2. In terms of psychology, I'm just saying, on a psychological level, he'll need to just put this behind him and not think about it, which is extremely difficult.
Yeah, Hikaru threw, I think right after bishop takes e5, he just decided, all right, I'm not even gonna, I'm not gonna finish this game in its entirety. I'm going to resign, reset. The players have a 15-minute break from game to game, so, in a game like that, I would much rather have a game like that as my first game, because you might say something like, not you, I'm just saying in general, you might say something like, well, that's a terrible way to start. Yeah, but at least that's like the first game. You just dust it off. If you play like that in the 3rd or 4th day, like right at the clutch moment, that's when it's not good. But right now, you just, all right, deep breath, splash some water in your face, punch a wall. How do you deal with chess, Anna, back when you'd be upset from a game over the board or online? You ever throw anything out of a window? What's your game plan to cope?
I'm not that aggressive to throw things or punch things, but go outside, take a deep breath. Those were my kind of thing. But I have seen all sorts of wall punching, column punching, broken fists because of games like this. So yes, that whatever is the method, as long as it works, do it. Just don't throw your laptop away, because there have been stories about grandmasters throwing their laptop.
Wow, I would love to name names. I'm
not gonna drop names, but it happened.
I personally feel like the most painful losses in chess are when you're completely winning and the stakes are high and you don't win. Like when you lose. I mean, I think I've even spoken to Hikaru about this. Sometimes a game is just a wash. It's just it didn't go well. You know, prep in this modern era is, if you mess up your preparation, bad things might happen, like just right at the gate. But a game like this might hurt less than a game where, you're completely winning for 40 minutes and then that's it. Just completely screwed up and nothing happens.
Yeah.
So
that's so true. That's so true that it can be like, this is of course really difficult to recover from. Losing in 17 moves in a crushing style, it felt like as if it was a super grandmaster against a club player. I'm not putting it in terms of like Hikaru's skills, but from how smoothly White has gone through with the attack, it looks like as if they weren't on the same rating level. And Hikaru is the stronger player. So Hikaru is the more experienced player when it comes to rapid and blitz skills, even though of course Dubov won the 2018 Rapid World Chess Championship. So of course he's very strong too. But in terms of overall online skills, Hikaru has had the most experience when it comes to fast speed chess. So he would be the favorite in this match, in my opinion. But from what we see in the position, it felt like as if there were hundreds of rating points difference. And that's because something went wrong in the opening. So it had nothing to do with Hikaru's skills. It was the opening, something with the preparation, and everything fell out of his hands because of that opening.
Yeah, so it's very risky sometimes to play these, like as we saw, pushing the pawn early in front of the king variations. There's moments where they're good. There's moments... And as I'm talking about trying to make good moves in the opening, Magnus Carlsen plays a super delayed version of a bomb cloud. King to e7. I'm trying
Connecting the rooks.
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
Protects the d6 backward pawn, connects the rooks. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the delayed bomb cloud.
Wow, this is good. This is what I like to see. I mean, at least the king is completely safe, right? I don't see a way forward here. What I thought would happen happened. So now, how does Ding actually try to beat Magnus rather than just say I had a good position against Magnus?
That's a good question. Since all the minor pieces are gone but the bishops, which are opposite colored bishops, the black king is very safe on e7. There's no knight jumping to f5, and there's no dark squared bishop for white. So in terms of that, the black king is extremely safe on e7, unless white could open up the position. But it's not so easy to open up a pawn structure like this when d6, e5 is on the board, protected by the bishop on f6.
I know, it's
so in terms of f4, if moves like f4, even to aim for it, may not be optimal at all, because you would be opening up the long diagonal for black's bishop.
Yeah, this is a position where I think a knight is worth like 25 points.
Yeah, I would love to have a knight here. The d5 square, the f5 square, just beautiful outposts for a knight, but the knights are gone from the board, making it safe for black to play like king e7.
So now the question is, what do we do? Like, Ding Liren could do nothing and just say, you know, I like my position the way it is. I'll just double, maybe g3, bishop h3. But he doesn't have an obvious target. And if he doesn't have an obvious target, I would probably go g3, because I want to play f4, and then I also want to play bishop h3. But I don't know. Is g3 bad because of like h4? Okay, computer. Okay, computer. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's a good point, that g3 would be alright if white had the time, but h4, pointed out by the engine, is a very precise move, threatening to take on g3 because of the pin over the h file. So if not g3, then what is the right way for the bishop? I'm looking at maneuvers. If I could get my bishop to the a2, g8 diagonal as well, like I'm dreaming, I know, but bishop dc3, 3 bishop c2, bishop b3 feels like a grandma plan, but I want to attack f7 somehow.
Grandma plan. Okay,
yeah.
Well, listen, my grandma doesn't even play chess, so... Okay, and he goes c4, which is a different version.
Okay, that's faster to put the bishop on that diagonal. I probably would agree, but this also will potentially open up the b file and allows b4, the pawn push to b4. I don't know if it's good, but it has to be taken into account.
I'm assuming that... Well, actually, I don't know what I'm assuming, because Magnus doesn't have to take or push. Like, what if Magnus just plays, like, rook a b8? Or... Yeah, rook a b8, for example. So, so I'm assuming Ding is going to take on b5? A b5, and then what? Rook... Pause, champ. I don't, like, rooks... Oh, like, maybe rook c1, rook c6? But, like, I was thinking rook c1, rook c8, or something.
The b5 pawn will be hanging at the end if we trade on the c5, but maybe black still has enough compensation.
Yeah, I was just gonna rely on... Well, I'm not gonna trade queens, because that would be bad, but I just play queen c7, bishop g5, I don't know.
Yeah, white is still undeveloped, that's true.
But, yeah, if you take on c4, you just lose, right? c4. Your grandma plan is no longer a grandma plan. It's...
d4. I do like your idea of just bringing a rook to b8, But if white is gonna take, I'm almost thinking if I want the other rook on a8. But yeah, at the same time, we need a rook on c8 too. Can we ask for a third rook and have one on a8, b8, and c8 to cover everything?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And d8 and e8 is all rooks.
Safe.
All rooks. Yeah. Three
Safe.
rooks. 3 rooks would be nice. Yeah. Then you attack on the a file, you reinforce on the b file, and you prevent invasion on the c file. Great. 3 rooks. That sounds like a children's book for chess. You see, we need to provide chess commentary, but we also need to come up with business ideas live on air. So you're probably good. I feel like you would be perfect for writing a kid's children's book. Is that in your plans?
I do love working with children. I'm not that good at writing, but maybe if I record videos or live stream about it and someone else with writing skills would make a book, that could work. Thanks for the business idea.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. We can't. Don't name your title because we do have an amazing community, but we never know who's waiting to put a patent on something that we say on stream.
Yeah, that happened to Alex's channel when she wanted to rebrand and merge with her sister's channel. But in the end, they found a better name. So sometimes you guys are helping by taking a name that was mentioned on air, very innocently mentioned.
Wait, that actually happened, really?
Oh yeah, you didn't know?
No.
Botas Live wasn't the first option of Alex for when she wanted to merge the 2 channels.
Wait, I had no idea. Wait.
She mentioned the name on air. I think it was gonna be the Botas show, if I remember correctly, and someone took it. Right after the stream, it was gone. So she had to choose another name, even though she contacted Twitch and everything. But she had to choose a different name.
Wow, I had no idea. Well, I mean, that is crazy. Wow. Well, to the person that stole that, no, I can't actually say my true. People are the worst. That's a good way of putting it. Yes. Wow. Yeah, that's
in the
robbery.
end, it worked out in a sense that Botas Live is shorter and catchy, so it's good that it wasn't a terrible thing for them to happen. But yes, you are right that one should be careful about what's mentioned on air when you have an idea.
Which is why we're just going to talk about concepts, but if you come up with a good name, do not say anything. Just don't say anything.
Yeah. It's going to be a bestseller, though. It's going to be a bestseller. Thank you, Levy. Thank you.
I'm fully believe so myself. Okay.
A5, what do we think of this? There's a pin on the b5, so the pawn is untouchable, and the b5 pawn is hanging.
b5 pawn is hanging. The pawn can only move forward, because if you don't, I will take it, right? b4? Nope, and she doesn't like that either. Probably because of bishop c4, but yeah, I gotta say, Ding Liren is playing a good game of chess. Like, if he beats Magnus, that would be quite a start to the day.
Yeah, he did have a good start against Magnus when they played at the first leg of the Magnus Carlsen chess tour. He was leading in his mini match against the world champion, but then Magnus found a way to come back and eventually win that match. But everything is possible. You also mentioned their St. Louis encounter. Magnus has never lost a playoff in his life, and I mean, I'm gonna say his life in the last, since he's a world champion, right, basically. Never lost a playoff except for that playoff in St. Louis against Ding Liren. That's the only one he lost in recent years.
Yeah, and then, as I said, everybody kind of went full front runner mode and was like, this is the guy now. It's him, right here. Ding Liren. He's gonna do it. Doesn't matter, rapid, blitz, classical, chess, boxing, football, basketball.
Chess, boxing?
Yeah, it doesn't... Ding Liren is the man who will defeat Magnus Carlsen, and then, you know, obviously
at every single thing. He does have a pawn up. I do like free stuff. I do like that white has a pawn up. Black has managed to double rooks on the c5, but there's no entry square. So I think this is a good chance for the Chinese Grandmaster, and he also has more time on the clock.
He does have more time on the clock. There's something about having a lack of respect for the opponent which can be helpful. And I really, like, no one has ever done a really long interview with Ding Liren, and I would just love to hear his psychology and his approach to the game of chess, because
Yeah.
That is one thing that worked for him, it seemed, when he was crushing everybody. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, and Anna, please correct me if I'm wrong. He went 100 games without losing, right?
Yes, that's correct. Over 100
yeah,
at the World Cup run, yes.
And then Magnus as well is on his own streak now, but Ding Liren played 100 classical games and didn't lose. That is
Against
actually...
the very top of the world, very
yes.
top, including Magnus.
Yes. It's like actually crazy. So I would love to know, you know, if it's a diet thing, if it's a psychology thing. I'd love to ask, but let's see what he does from here. That bishop on g5 is very annoying. It looks very difficult to deal with.
It is looking difficult, guarding the c1 square, so rook c1, well, now is becoming even less of a possibility for white to trade off everything over the c file. How do we proceed here as white? So white does have an extra pawn. It's two connected pass pawns on the queen side, but you cannot just start pushing those pawns as of now. He's trying to double rooks on the d5, which makes perfect sense when it comes to targeting the backward pawn on d6. Is rook c1 an issue? That's a question, but it looks like just the trade and king moving to a2, and that's safe.
Yeah, I was just about to suggest, actually, this same plan. I thought rook c... Whoop, not rook c2, although rook c2 is also probably reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking... Oh my god, I am mouse slipping all over the place. Okay, here. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Alright, I thought this. But... probably there's no mate, you just move a queen. b4, d5.
Looks scary, but I think you're right. Since the rook on d3 is covering the d1 square, if you move the queen and then just step out to b3 with the king, I don't think there's a follow-up for black. And it's the black king that will be getting mated.
Exactly, I think I'm gonna have to play something like queen b6 and then we'll keep fighting, but rook c1, rook c7, rook c6 is coming. h4. Okay, I think Magnus kind of gets it. He plays h4. Chat, why did h5, h4 happen? Let's see. You guys awake? We have to have a good quota of trolling the commentators and chess quiz. So the chess quiz. Why did Magnus go h4?
That's a great question, Levy. And then trading with rook c1 check as soon as Ding Liren played rook h2 d1. Now bishop f4. I think that's helping the community to respond. Why h4?
Yes.
Now bishop f4 is way stronger than it would have been before.
I just saw a hilarious answer. I didn't get to catch the username, but he played h4 because he likes the letter H. I wish it was always that simple. I wish...
The AlphaZero move, yeah.
Yeah, he just likes the letter H. But now he's got not... Well, if he likes the letter H, he should have played bishop h2 with that logic. But...
True, he missed his chance. But look at that dark squared bishop crawling into the center of the board. So he first of all made sure that white has to push all his kingside pawns. Well, e4 and f3 were already on the board, but he wanted to make sure that white has to also push the h pawn, and therefore he has created a blockade over the dark squares on the king side. There are no pawn breaks, and now the bishop is coming toward d4. I think it seems like a really good idea by the world champion. It's still a pawn down, but it's looking a bit too restricted what white can do here. Maybe the only way, yeah, bishop c4. I was wondering if he offers the queen trade, because in an endgame you could finally mobilize the queen side, and that's where you want to win the game. Those pass pawns should win the game for white, if anything.
So, for those of you not familiar, there is a supercomputer. I don't know if the right term is cloud-based or what have you, but so Ceci, obviously the longtime chess fans that know about Ceci. It's an online supercomputer which follows Magnus's games. It is suggesting that there is no hope. This is not plus 2.5 or whatever it says. It's at least plus 3, and depending on how Ding Liren plays this, it is completely winning. It's completely winning for white, and after rook c2, it's still completely winning, but now it's having some doubts. So,
well,
yeah.
Sassy was also the one that said it was mate in 36 for Fabiano Caruana in the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen, and no one else saw it but Sassy, so maybe we should listen to Sassy.
Yeah, we probably should. It is saying plus 4.3 now on a higher depth, which means that it has seen enough into the future, and out of 14,600,000, whatever the quote, the Doctor Strange quote is, it's saying that we're winning. Like, it's saying that Ding Liren should win this with proper play, probably because of his A and B pawns, right? I would say that is that is why. But I don't know. I think that's what it is.
Well, that's a lot of pressure on the world champion then to hold this endgame. He is known, of course, for his impressive endgame skills, as if the rest of his skills weren't already impressive enough at chess. But he, of course, is one of the biggest endgame experts among all the current super grandmasters. Wait a second, Ding Liren offering a trade of rooks, but that is because of the faith in the connected pass pawns, because usually you would not want just a simple opposite colored bishop endgame, but now it's connected pass pawns and the white king is on the queen side, so black cannot do it.
You know it's bad when you think that you can beat the world champion in a position, right? Like, when it's that good, you're like, I think maybe even I can do this. That's like, maybe. I'm not promising anything, but this looks really good because all you do is play a6, bring the king, bring the pawn, move the bishop, bring the pawn, bring the other pawn. It's almost there. It's like right there. I'm not saying I could do it, but I'm saying that if given the chance, I might be able to. Okay, by the way, Hikaru and Dubov have begun their games, so I will put down our bracket because we will let Ding and Magnus figure it out. Hikaru's back, baby, and we've got a... Ooh. Classical Sicilian. Rare. What is this sixth move, Anna? What is bishop d7?
That's a sideline that I wasn't expecting, but it seems that Dubov has a very specific preparation for the finals. The bishop d7 is not a very popular sideline, but a very specific position, and maybe he thought it will be a good surprise.
Maybe he thought it would be a good surprise. I think I've seen this. I mean, the idea is relatively straightforward. You just, if knight c6, bishop c6, that's the idea.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, very quick development from Hikaru. Dubov is actually the guy that's doing the surprising. Like d6, 5d6. Like that, Dubov doesn't usually play this. So this is Dubov.
Yeah. I'm still puzzled by the first game, by the way, since according to our database, it was Hikaru's novelty, but he then immediately got into trouble. So it also felt like either Dubov has extremely good instincts and he just found the best moves, or he also had prepared for knight takes d5, even though it seems to be a novelty.
Yeah, that's just the worst. Like, you prepare something that you think will surprise your opponent, and then they play at light speed, and you're like, come on. Like, really? Like, I thought I had the advantage here.
Yeah.
Yeah, novelty, counter novelty. It's the worst.
It is. And also this position that Hikaru is playing now with the white pieces, there are barely any games. I think I only see just one more occasion when this exact position occurred after bishop e7, which is it's just crazy to see how they are trying to get into new territories as soon as possible.
That's very strange. Where did the game depart, common theory?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm gonna try to see if there were a few more games before, which position would have something that's more straightforward. Bishop to h4, I only see one game, and bishop e3 on move 11. So after h6, it does seem that the retreat to e3 was somewhat more common, but still just a few games.
Let me just show that I was going to pull up an image slide, which will just remind everybody of the format of this whole thing, and the format of not just this tournament, but the finals. I mean, it's been a lot of tournaments in a row, and it's all the same. It's a lot to read, but the simple thing that I can break it down for you is it's a best of 4. They have to play 2 blitz games if possible, and then an Armageddon game. And, well...
Yeah, And Levy, in the meantime, Ding Liren has won his first game against the world champion with a beautiful final move. If we can show it to the viewers, the pawn push to b4. How impressive to finish off the world champion with a move like that.
Hey, this is kind of what I said. I said bring the king and bring the pawn. See, I could have done it too. Amazing.
You could have done it, Levy. You won this game.
Oh, well, okay. Whoa. Let's not insult Magnus like that. But yeah, wow. This is very surprising because the last tournament, Magnus was busting out the Najdorf against everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And Ding Liren won that game as if, I don't know, Magnus was butter and he was a knife. Like, it just went straight through. So, wow.
Yeah. Let's show it on the board. It's after bishop takes b4, rook a2, and then the a-pawn will promote. I believe that's the idea, or is there some... No, a7 immediately. You don't even need rook a2. Yes, because then black has time to come back. I forgot.
Yeah, well,
a7.
I think it's just if bishop d4, you don't have a7, but you also have b5, b6. So when the king gets out in front, you can play rook a2 and...
Yeah. So either the b-pawn will be pushed, as you said, or if bishop takes b4, a7. That's the winning move.
Wow.
Crazy. But very well played game by the Chinese grandmaster. No internet connections, very smooth technique. He won that b-pawn and never gave a chance for Magnus to equalize ever since. So it's now a question after c4. Was the move rook to c8 a mistake by Magnus in that position? It seems that that's the move that gave away the pawn. It wasn't a forced line to play rook c8.
I think you said that he didn't have an internet connection, but I think you meant to say he didn't have internet problems. And then everybody...
did I say internet connection? I'm so sorry. No.
He played offline. Somebody was just relaying.
No, apologies. I meant internet issues.
Yes.
Hopefully he does have internet connection.
Yeah, that'd be very impressive. That would mean that something else was... I don't know, some sort of ghost of Ding Liren was playing. So
he was playing telepathically, just thinking of the move.
Well, the biggest shock, I think, in my opinion, between these two matchups would be if Ding Liren were to beat Magnus. Not because all four of these players are exceptional, but Magnus has been so dominant, dominant. Like he's blowing the mind of the commentators, the spectators, probably himself. And still not happy with his own play.
He's not that happy with himself, though. He won 3 of the 4 events of the Magnus Carlsen chess tour, and he was so critical in his interviews. He wasn't happy with his play. He's, of course, always a perfectionist. Every single mistake in a game or a mini match that could have gone wrong, he just keeps those in mind. And when he was asked about the match he lost against Hikaru, and Hikaru knocking him out at the Lindorus Abbey, he was asked about it also after the Legends of Chess. I don't know if you saw that interview, Levy, but basically he was told he only lost that one match against Hikaru. And he said, well, that's one too many. He lost one match out of 4 events. And he says it's one too many.
Yeah, it's a powerful mentality to have. It can make you obviously drive yourself a little bit crazy, but... yeah, well, that first game that Hikaru suffered a defeat to Dubov does not seem to have altered any sort of fighting spirit. I saw a few people confused about the move a4 because you've castled this way. Why would you play a4? Thing is, if you don't play a4, black's gonna play a4. So if you play a3, I'm assuming black is gonna play b4. Anna, you know. Do you use the term hook like a pawn? Okay. Yeah. Where did that term come from?
I don't know, but I was teaching it the other day to Fintan, our mutual student at PogChamps, Easy with Aces. I was showing him that's a hook, or was I explaining it to Hafu, or maybe both? I'm getting confused now, but I'm happy to hear, by the way, that Fintan was throwing a bit of shade on your coaching in my favor.
Yeah. Well, we. Yeah, I'm totally...
just a slight pun.
You and I are going to have a serious conversation when this commentary is over, but, you know, that's
he just said that he doesn't trust any of us, basically. Because we teach other PogChamps too, and then we will tell other PogChamps about his openings.
No, we won't have to teach anybody about anything. I fully trust them to be capable on their own. No, he's really funny, especially like I told you with this tweet about. Wait, his tweet is gonna be put on pause. Why can't I take on f6 and take on d6? Is black gonna play gf6?
Really?
Because, well, my logic is that if you take with the bishop, I take the pawn.
Yeah, free stuff, and the bishop on d7 is hanging, so that's gonna be then a really advantageous position for white. And you also threaten e5 after queen takes d6. So yeah, g takes f6. Is that really the case? Dubov has to take back with the pawn and say that his king is okay?
His king... No way. No way. No way. I mean, what is this? These are the two saddest... Look at the bishop on e7. This is the worst bishop in the history of bishops. Like...
The gigantic pawn on e7, but it does protect both f6 and d6.
Yeah, but I don't think you can play like that. Let's see if Hikaru actually... It's a very committal decision to take on f6, but I'm not sure you can do anything else. For example, if you play g4... Okay, computer hates it, but why does it hate it? I want to go g5. Why does it hate it? Well, the engine move against g5 is just so ridiculous. And Hikaru does just take on f6, but this is why you can't always trust computers. g4, the best move apparently is queen e8! Excuse
me?
I don't know,
Can we just replay that? Queen to e8? Oh, well, the a4 pawn is hanging now. Yeah. That is understandable, but black doesn't care about g5 or the king side at all.
I mean, okay, cool. This is why suggesting moves sometimes on commentary is so dangerous, because the move that refutes you is -2, but finding that move, you know, for a human being is like, what? You just ignore the attack on the king side and you just go for the a4 pawn. Okay, great. Great. Rook a7. So Dubov is saying that he's not bad here? Like, it's not so terrible? It looks pretty terrible to me.
Yeah, I fully agree that optically this looks like something has gone wrong for black when you need to take back with the g-pawn in front of your king in an opposite side castling position. But maybe in terms of concrete lines, there's no refutation of this, and it's not that easy to open up the position on the king side because the g5 square is covered by 4 actually 4 pieces. My math is terrible, so pushing g4, h4, g5 doesn't guarantee that you open up the position fully.
But I'll take it. h4, g4.
Yeah. You mean the bishop takes? I was looking at g takes. Sorry, I got confused there because I was like, he wants to take back with a pawn. I was assuming. Did this happen then?
Yeah. Rook a7.
Oh shoot! Oh, okay. Now, I'm apologizing for my speed because I was still digesting g takes f6 as the main option for black. Levy, I have not realized he took back with the bishop. What?
Yeah. He just gave him the pawn. Yeah. He said, I don't care. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, knight c3 and. Okay, well that's why I thought was your plan, was to go h4, g4, which I like.
Yeah, I was looking at g takes f6 the whole time because I thought black had to take back with the pawn. I'm really confused why Dubov would want to give up the pawn like this. Does he really trust the dark squared bishop to this extent? I mean, there are, of course, a lot of Sicilian positions where black does give up the d pawn for activity of their pieces and queenside attack. So this is a theme, but I doubt that it's the case here because white has such a powerful heavy piece placement on the d file, and now knight g3, knight h5 is coming.
By the way, the only move that doesn't like lose apparently is queen e8. Like, black has to create counterplay apparently against a4.
Yeah.
Which it's not entirely unnatural in this position because you get out of the pin and you create an attack on something. But my god, it looks difficult to play this. It just does not look easy. Like, knight h5 is a possibility. And then something like bishop takes a4. I can't believe that after knight f6, gf6, black is fine. I know the engine is saying black is fine, but let's pretend we don't know that.
Yeah.
Like, What if I just play h4, rook h3? Like, I can't just mate you? Like, how is this not ridiculous?
I know. This is unbelievable. It looks
this.
like such a difficult position for black.
Huh. Apparently, if I allow this is okay. Okay, this is apparently just lost. All right. Whatever. I don't like.
Oh,
I never...
lost for white.
Yeah, lost for white.
Me?
Yeah, it's all lost. H4 loses. Yeah, engine is just like no.
Goodness me.
Computer says no.
Okay, so let's then take this very seriously. Black does have the threat of queen e8, winning the pawn back on a4. First of all, he has to play it. It seems like that's the only way. Or is there anything else that gives chances for black in this position after knight g3?
I'm assuming you have to play knight h5. I just, my logic is that if you get here, maybe you just don't, you can't play h4. If you don't play h4, I don't know what you play. Taking on a4 is probably bad. It is bad. So what do you play? You don't have bishop c4?
Maybe to try to keep the bishop on the board, but black can insist if they really want to with bishop e5, I would assume.
Is there a fork there with queen c5? So some really congested fork?
Oh, you're right. I did step into it. Okay, bishop b5, queen c5. That's very pretty.
No, it's not even the best move. What the? Oh, it's queen b6. Wait, why is it not queen c5?
Same idea, different square. Yeah, what is the difference?
Oh,
I still have rook to b7 if queen c5.
Oh my god. Sip of coffee time. Sip of coffee.
Sip of water for me. But yeah, wow, that is quite a pretty tactical motive. So the a7 rook is loose. Bishop b5 therefore is a mistake due to queen b6, but not queen c5. Lots of tactical ideas in this position. Very sharp already from the perspective that it's opposite side castling. White has won a pawn, but black potentially will win it back on a4. Wow, this is game on. After the first game that Hikaru lost, now he wants to hit back immediately. Queen e8 is on the board.
Yes, played queen e8 after some thought. I just had my stare at the wall for a minute as I gathered my thoughts about not seeing rook b7. So knight h5, bishop a4, knight f6, gf6, bishop c4. I think the computer's trying to figure out for whom it likes this position after bishop c4, because no one's really attacking anybody anymore. Like if a move like queen b8 happens, there's a trade here.
Yeah.
You can play b3, king b2, something like that. And now white is trying to probably play for a win, because white has the more active rooks. We have a bishop and 2 rook endgame. So what's going to matter is the structure of the pawns, which is a concept that is not easily understood because it doesn't usually occur in amateur games, right? Like pawn structure is not something that luckily a lot of us have to think about. It's more one move blunders and things like that. But as you get stronger, get up the rating ladder, endgame pawn structure is something you need to understand a little bit at least. So how you can mobilize your pawns, what you can look out for. Like white has a great structure here. Pawn structure is really, really good, but
how would you explain it to beginners why white has a better pawn structure here?
Well, definitely I will explain to everybody why this pawn structure is really good. I mean, in terms of pawns, you want to have pawns together. So on adjacent files as much as you can, not doubled and not isolated. And so white has all of those criteria here. Like in the position on the board, you know, in a position like this, white's got pawns together.
Yeah, a very healthy pawn chain.
You know, black obviously. Okay, f6, h6 here is not the worst thing in the world, but then you start adding, right, Anna, like the more advanced layer. Like, for example, to play against the light squared bishop, light squared pawn setup.
Yeah.
So the bishop.
Yeah, because it takes away a lot of the power of black's bishop.
Yes.
We have this really, really strong pawn chain e4, f3, g2, which controls a lot of the squares to which this bishop could go to. So basically it's restricting the mobility of black's bishop. And the same on the queen side with just controlling the a4 square as well, which maybe black could still use for a pawn break a4 and then try to have some activity. I think that's the only flank where black can play.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's kind of like the different, I suppose, the different levels of understanding pawn structure, pawn play. I get asked this a lot, actually, like really a lot. When I ask folks, what are your questions about chess that might have not been answered?
Yeah. Oh, I saw you have brilliant material on that, by the way. That started out with you asking for a few questions, and it ended up being hours of material. So well done on that.
Thank you. Oh, yes, and I do have to say they're called juicers on this channel. We need to refer to pawns as juicers. We are not chess gatekeepers and elitists. Yes, pawns are juicers. Although, the last day of the show, Hikaru called other pieces juicers, and then we just had a philosophical moment, and I think we just basically said we're all juicers. Everyone's a juicer. We are all
juicers. Oh, yes. That is deep. You are teaching me something that I haven't known about chess and life, so I appreciate the wisdom of Hikaru and you opening the world just right now in front of my eyes. Juicers. We are all juicers.
Yes. If anything, wow. Wait, actually, I was about to quote that, but you know, we're all juicers are everything, and everything is a juicer. Yes. All right. By the way, I think we're gonna get this position. Yes. With knight f6 and bishop c4, and yes, I know that the juice is technically slang for performance enhancers, but we're gonna try to be wholesome, all right? Get your head out of the gutter. Wait, he played bishop c4 without taking on f6. Why is this so terrible? Is this just black can play? Wait, why is this so terrible? I don't understand. Like, he didn't take on f6 right away.
Yeah, I'm guessing that first, black can consider moving the bishop away. Second, you can also consider defending the bishop so that you don't have to take back on f6 with the pawn. So either moving the bishop or queen e7 to then take back with the queen on f6. So bishop g5 and queen e7 are options that black wouldn't have had if white had taken already.
I see. That's sort of how you have to evaluate the difference between the two, right? You have to be like, well, why does the engine hate this version versus the other one? I mean, you start looking at checks. Always the first thing that you look at. But bishop g5 is terrible. I mean, f4 and white just begins an attack, or even probably king b1. So it's got to be something with e7. I thought it was bishop e7, but I think bishop e7 is pretty bad because of queen e5, and then you're gonna get mated.
Yeah.
So then he plays queen b8. I will spoil the surprise. I saw someone in chat. Okay, thank you to some chat members who are saying engine is saying queen e7. Some guy in the chat, Anna, like right when it happened, was like, queen e7 is a killer. I was like, how? How do you know that? In like 2 seconds. Relax. I can also look at Stockfish.
Exactly. I only mentioned them as the difference. In my opinion, I have no idea if they are good or bad. Bishop g5 was also a possibility, which I didn't evaluate. We didn't have the time for it. But queen b8 instead, played by Daniil Dubov. So now knight takes f6 would be a kind of transposition to the positions we looked at.
Yes. It quite literally would be. So he found the best idea. Instructive moment, honestly. Instructive moment. One of the things that I teach folks to look at in middle games is just, you have to be able to spot where trades are available and then evaluate whether you like them or not. And, okay, this is kind of a funny move. So Hikaru doesn't take the queen, but he offers a check with a queen trade possibility. And he's saying, this version is better for me because I open up my rook. That is very funny.
Yeah, I like it. I think queen takes g3, h takes g3 clearly is a trade that favors white, opening up the h file. So we have been talking about doubled pawns, but there are different types of doubled pawns. And white's pawn structure is still in one group. They are still friends with each other, not isolated like the h6 pawn. So that's a different way of doubling pawns. I don't think black should take it. So I would be thinking of moving the king away simply. h7 seems more natural than h8 because it at least protects the pawn on h6 in case.
Yeah, I don't quite understand the difference of taking on b8 versus putting the queen back on g3. But that's why we play the game. You know, if queen b8 was played, I think white has no real hope. Sorry, no real hope of winning the position. I was actually going to say no real danger of losing the position. it's only white playing for a win here, in my opinion, from what I understand about the game of chess. Just b3, king b2, and then just moving the pieces like this. But I guess this is also fine. So e5 is nothing, right? And then bishop d3? I don't...
e5 and bishop d3 does look scary if the bishop gets into the attack. So let's see how can black respond to e5. If e5, queen takes e5, am I getting away with things? Bishop d3 check. I have to move the king because, yeah, the f1 is protecting the queen. Better not play the Bottas gambit there. King h8 and saying that black is fine because the queen comes to g5.
Yeah.
If queen h4, queen g5 is a check, and that's great that it's a check.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, this is tough now. I mean, the most important thing is with the time situation, not to tank your clock. That's so important, to not overthink the position here, looking for something. I'm gonna let them think for a second. Let's check in on Magnus, not for too long, because this game will be over soon. What the... What?
I felt like you caught yourself. Just stop yourself from saying something that you may not want to say on stream. But I have the same feeling about this position. What is going on?
All right, this was a London system. If you gave me a million... This is not what the London is just about. I just played Eric Rosen for 14 games in the London. What is this? What?
Levy, you're the expert of the London system. Please tell us
Not
what
anymore.
the heck is going on.
I've never seen this before. Wait, so Magnus plays knight d2, cd4, doesn't, and then Ding doesn't take back. He takes another pawn, hitting the knight, while the bishop, but now Magnus, so what Magnus did here is he sacrificed the pawn to have the dark squared bishop. But Ding Liren can't castle. This just looks horrible. Like, what?
Yeah, this is what we would teach to all the POC champs. Do not allow the bishop cutting your king, preventing you from castling on the king side, basically dooming your king to endless suffering in the middle of the board. Wow. This must be deep preparation or things going out of control for Ding Liren. He's down to 10 minutes, so that doesn't really show that this is exactly what he wanted.
No. This is probably not what he wanted. When he saw the London, so here were the emotions. D4. Oh, I really wonder what Magnus is gonna play. All right, knight f3. Oh wow, the London, fantastic. What a garbage opening from Magnus Carlsen. And then what? CD4. What does Magnus do? Oh no. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, the question is Ding gonna play knight e7? That's my question to you. Is he gonna play knight e7, enabling castling?
Well, he better try to do it, because if you don't, how do you make sure that your king will be alright? You need to castle as soon as possible.
Right, because if you don't castle, you just get steamrolled. Like,
yes.
Actually, wait, I have a question right now. What if white plays queen g5?
That's a very good point, saying that black does not have a dark squared bishop, the g7 pawn is in the air, and moves like rook g8 are anything but ideal.
Like you literally can't castle anymore. Boom, they're going. I just go back. Boom, I go back. I mean, I know the engine's laughing. You don't have to go back. That's why the engine doesn't like it. It wants to keep developing. But, dude. Oh my god. I mean, he's got to go queen g5, right?
Yeah, that's just such a thematic move in other openings like the French, where that bishop is also traded and white tries to point at the weaknesses on dark squares. But wow, what is this? I'm still shocked it is the London system at all.
Yeah, we will check on what happens. I went back to the Hikaru game on the big screen. Both players have, just about 3 minutes, 2 minutes, so we'll have something here soon. And then we will get to look at the status of the Magnus Carlsen game. I also will look up the theory of that position, because I'm
just checking too. Sorry, Levy, I caught you there. I've only now realized that I don't have any games for the move that Magnus played on move 7. In my database, at least, I don't have bishop takes d6 at all. Everyone took back on d4 in that position for white from what I see.
Wow, and also the move knight d2 that Magnus played on move 6?
Is that already an almost novelty?
I mean, almost, yeah, 5 games out of like over 100. Okay, and as we're looking at that, okay, Hikaru plays natural move b3. What is bad about it? Is it just bishop b5? Is that what the machine doesn't like here? What's the difference? You were gonna play bishop d5 anyway, so is it just a4? Is that, well, okay.
Bishop d5 instantly played by Hikaru. I would assume the difference is what you said earlier. It's a hook. The b3 pawn is enabling a pawn break for black with a4 that will expose the white king further, and it has just been played indeed.
So then what was the difference between playing bishop d5, like bishop d5, bishop b5, and you still tried to play? Oh, it's just the fact that white plays f4? Okay.
Yeah, I guess you don't have to push b3 as white in that position.
Yeah, I guess the simplified way of thinking about it is that it's a hook, again.
Yeah.
So...
But it's also so difficult to say, oh yeah, that's obvious, bishop d5 was a better move. When you see the c file, all this pressure over the c2 pawn, black could also double rooks on the c file, try to push b3. So psychologically, I think it's just really tough to see all that pressure over the c2 pawn, and therefore I feel like Hikaru's reasoning could have been, I'm alleviating the pressure by pushing b3, that's a tempo. And maybe he thinks that the pawn break with a4 is not that dangerous for white's king.
Yeah, I don't really understand why this is so bad. Queen h3 to try to go queen f5 looks annoying. Is the point that there's bishop d7? Like, what is that? But then you play like queen h5 and try to go for the f7 pawn. So... I don't expect perfect play from the players when they have 90 seconds on the clock, or you know. But if you do find all the moves that give the evaluation its true evaluation, then well, you deserve to win, right? That's how chess works. So
yeah.
And right on cue, by the way, a mistake. So rook fc8, king b1. Hikaru gets out of the way. We were back in business. So just for a moment, it's -5, but. There you guys go. Alright, that's why nobody has to panic. Everyone spams an emote with a question mark. Oh, we safe now? Yeah! So...
Yeah, bishop d7, bishop e6 in a rapid game when it's both players below 2 minutes already. That's just so not easy to spot the bishop d7, bishop e6 maneuver. Like, we can, of course, understand in hindsight why that was so strong, but just remember, guys, these are two human beings, and... they are down to their final minute.
Here we go. Yeah, from Dubov, it's a very tense moment. Does he play a3? You definitely don't play a3 because it becomes what's called an umbrella pawn for white. Like,
yeah,
white just hides behind the pawn. Now, now, don't go here because you hang this. But in a general sense, you're just safe now. And if a b3, is it c b3 or is it bishop? It's probably not cb3, right? It's probably bishop.
Ooh, good question, though. AB.
Yeah. Bishop b3. Play bishop b3. cb3 looks way too dangerous. My man. Keep it solid. Keep it solid. Now, I think he's got to pry this bishop out of here, right? So bishop c4 looks supernatural.
Yes, it does look natural.
God, what do you play there?
Oh my god, this is still so sharp. This is still so sharp, and it is black who has taken the initiative. So reminder, the first game was won by Daniil Dubov because of an opening mistake by Hikaru. Hikaru, as I thought he has been having good chances to hit back in this game. It has been a really complex game, but right now it is black who has the initiative, and white has to be precise with his defense if he wants to save this game.
Yes, so bishop b3 accurate. When bishop c4 is played, you should not take this, because all it does is kickstart the attack here. Okay, Dubov plays rook a7. He does not rush to play this, because he does have some ideas of getting the queen, and also queen a8. Apparently Hikaru has just queen f5 here, and that saves the day. So queen f5 check, king g7 has to guard this pawn, and then you need to bring the second rook. Because then there's queen g4 check. Oh, wait, there's something okay, so he... Yeah, repeating apparently right away is incorrect. I was just about to show why, because Dubov can run his king and hide on e7.
Oh, that's brilliant. I was gonna ask why can't we go for a perpetual, but you're right, the king will hide on e7 and then there are no further checks.
So this is so ridiculous to find though. You have to play rook d1 because here's the idea. The threat of a1 comes down with queen a8, but you play queen g4 and if king f8, you have queen takes rook. That's how you save it.
Oh goodness me, that's brilliant though.
And rook
with
d8,
rook d8.
Like that's like so. I was like, why is rook d1? Like, why is it rook d1? It's because, oh, Dubov blunders. What? Dubov hung mate? Oh,
what?
Apparently he preemptively ran and just blundered. Oh, rook d6. Rook d6 is winning. Rook d6 is winning because you just take everything. Oh, Hikaru's got to find that. He's got. I mean, come on, he's got to find it. He's played it.
Rook d6 on the board. He did it. He has just done it. Rook d6, and if queen takes, rook takes, king takes, then queen takes f6 check. Everything is falling apart. e5 also with the check. Queen c7. This is mate in one. It's mate.
Rook e6 mate.
Rook e6 is
Rook
mate.
e6 mate. Dubov plays queen c7 and resigns before Hikaru gets the satisfaction of this beautiful mate on the board. Oh my goodness!
Goodness me, that was such a big blunder by Daniil Dubov and happened so suddenly. I think we need to rewind the moment where the Russian grandmaster went wrong.
Oh my goodness!
Insane.
Yeah, so
Hikaru ties the score, but we need to show you guys what has just happened.
I mean, just wow, just wow. So the engine claims that when the king gets to f8, the day is saved. But it is so ridiculous to figure that out. So Hikaru did it in the reverse order. And the eval bar tanked. The eval bar tanked because I thought, well, I just realized my logic doesn't make any sense. I thought that queen a8 still works, but that doesn't work because queen takes e8. Here's why it doesn't work. This is why the engine is so brutal, because there is one move in this position that wins. After rook d1. Anna, it's rook a8.
No way.
Defending the rook another time and queen a7, queen a1. That's the whole point.
Goodness, that is so beautiful though. It's impossible, almost impossible to spot something like this with 30 seconds on the clock, but that is so instructive at the same time. Overprotecting the back rank and preparing for queen a7. Black is winning here, but instead, what happened in the game? Let's show now what had happened.
Yeah. He decided to run to e7, and I mean, I just hung bishop. But isn't that kind of crazy? Like, what did he miss? Did he think that he had bishop c4? Maybe he thought he had bishop c4. Like, that's the only explanation that I can give. Like, maybe he just thought that this was safe. But he missed rook d8.
Indeed, let's show bishop c4.
Rook d8.
Because that's logical.
Okay, yeah, and
rook
then
d8 is very pretty, yes.
So normally it's not a good idea to give away two rooks for the queen, or at least it's fine. But because of the check and the distance between the three pieces, it's check. The king comes up, you check, and then you hit every piece.
Yeah.
Ouch, ouch. Oh, that's why the queen is so powerful. That's why the queen should be worth 20 points. Why 9? Who gave it 9? Which bum gave it 9?
In this position, it is 20 indeed. We are winning the rook. This must be the reason, I think. You are right, the Levy, that bishop c4 could have been the idea of Dubov, but once he realized that it doesn't work because of rook d8 in the end, he went for bishop e8, but after rook d6, it's curtains. In that position, rook e6 is mate, which he indeed blundered, but even if he had taken on d6, queen takes d6, rook takes, if we show that position, king takes d6 and queen f6, the position of black is falling apart.
I'm trying to catch up, yeah, because I also made some moves on the board. Yeah, rook d6, and it's really the same problem, is that you can say, well, I've got 2 rooks, yeah, but then I'm going to take literally every other pawn that you have. It's like losing your house, but saying you have 2 cars in the driveway. I'm not speaking from experience. I have neither of those things, so... yeah, this this is a problem. The king's also got no safety, is really the problem. So, what a win. That is an amazing win. So both players a little shaky, I would say, out of the gate.
Yes,
So,
we have seen more mistakes than usual by both Daniil Dubov and Hikaru Nakamura in the first 2 games. And this is just the start. A reminder for everybody that this is the first day of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour Finals. Today is the first set in the semifinals, and it's the best of 5. So a player has to win 3 of these mini matches, 3 of the sets, in order to qualify to the finals. This is such a thriller. I'm loving it, Levy. I'm loving it. We've only seen 2 games, and I'm like, oh my god, this is great.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm going to this other thriller. Magnus did play Queen G5, and Ding Liren. Okay, instructive moment. Magnus does not trade the queens. Don't trade the queens. We saw the power of a queen on the other board. Ding Liren castles queenside. This is B4. You gotta love it.
I do. I do. I'm just catching up with the position, so I was like taking a moment to understand. But wow, these 4 players are here to play for the audience as well. There's no dull short draws. Well, they cannot offer a draw under 40, but you know, if they wanted, they could play a solid position, repeat moves. No, they're all here for blood. They basically just go for it in every single game. This is brilliant.
Yeah, I hope not like physically, given that they're all separated by tens of thousands of miles. I also didn't know that the players were vampires, but
yeah, a bit of Twilight.
So I think the most instructive thing is, again, you guys will have heard us say this a lot. If you haven't heard me say it, this is your first time learning. Go full Pep OG. I'm not even sure we have that emote. Take some notes. Kings are on opposite sides of the board. Much easier to attack using your pawns, because you can push the pawns at will, basically. For the other king, your king is not there. But Ding has a good blockade here, right? So Ding has a good blockade here. And he's not letting the pawns come forward. So the big question is Magnus ever going to successfully play the move c4?
Very good question. That's the move that he would love to be able to play in order to open up the c file and also just activate his minor pieces. Let's take a look at that. If it's an option immediately, or can he prepare for it?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna very boldly play c4.
Yeah,
and
my intuition would be saying that it cannot be played immediately, but we should refute it. So let's take a look.
Yeah, actually, at first Engine didn't like it. Well, black has to take, right? Because if black allows c5, black is dead. Like,
true.
So, wait, and a move has been played, and it was bishop b4.
They say no, c4 wasn't the
well,
move.
The Engine
which is
doesn't like this, so I don't like it either.
Oh, you mean bishop b4 is also not that much
Apparently
favored by the Engine. So neither c4 nor bishop b4, and both of them seem to be very straightforward. Let's see why this is not such a good move. Doesn't seem to be a mistake, but the evaluation bar has changed a bit.
Actually, the more my Engine is thinking, the more it realizes that bishop b4 is a good move. Which is just how computers work. So it's just
taking time to understand, yeah. Also, we are not running it on the biggest of depth for Engine, so the evaluation bar is basically just a guidance. Very useful for the audience as well. I do like when you guys can see visually how the position is changing, the tables are turning. But yes, bishop b4. I do think that that's a human move. You want to increase the pressure on the queen side, gets out of the way of the a pawn as well, in case in the future you can push it. Just ties down the queen to b6 because it has to be protecting the a5 knight, which doesn't have a square to jump back to. So it does create problems. It does create, I think, practical problems for black.
Definitely. I think the biggest problem is that man's got no moves. like literally any move. It's impossible to make a move here. The knight can't go back to d7.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't even accomplish anything. Like, this trade just gives the queen access. G5 just, there's queen f3 at will, and then you chip away. So yeah, black is in a Zugzwang situation with all the pieces on the board. Rook c8, I don't know why it's bad. Rook c8 looks very natural. Oh, it just doesn't do anything. White plays rook fc1 and continues to build. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, you want to know the engine stop move?
Case, yeah. What is the engine's suggestion then?
King a8.
What? Excuse me.
Yeah, the engine's
Hello?
done. It's done. It's just like I don't care anymore. It's just king a8.
Well, that's the reason why we shouldn't listen too much to the engines. What is that move about?
Also, queen c7, which doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I mean, queen c7 and king a8. Yeah, I don't
Okay, I don't think we're gonna see king a8 by Ding Liren. I'm predicting anything else, basically, for black. Anything else. Rook to c8 seems way more natural, even if it's not the ideal move according to the engine.
Yeah, of course you have to play rook c8. At least your rook... It's like opening the window. You know, the rook gets its 10 daily minutes of being outside, like a good like a good New Yorker in quarantine.
Oh no! Oh no! I hope he's rank MS though. The rook on c8.
Yeah. He should be. I took the day off yesterday, and I knew that when I made my Twitter post about wearing a mask that I would offend somebody. You know, I would offend somebody, and yeah, somebody responded, I'll enjoy your day off, but I'm not gonna do what you said. And I was like, alright, that's fine.
I feel you, Levy, I feel you. Rook to c8 though, taking that 10-minute walk outside in Central Park, the rook. What is the right way to proceed for white? What do you think? Like a simple move. We were looking at bringing the white rook to the c5 too, and then trying to push c4 seems to be very logical to me.
Yeah, well, the thing is that the rook on f1 is just simply not playing yet, and so he also wants to turn on the swing set. So you play rook c1, and a lot of people ask, well, which rooks do you put on which files? In this case, the rook is good on a1 because you will play a4 or rook b1, and then
yeah, both on the b file or the a file, that rook can have a future, but it always can be tricky, especially for beginners, club players, how to place the rooks, since once you bring one to one file, maybe you cannot then jump through the other. So you better think before you place one rook on one file. Just think about both.
Yeah, you guys at this point, hopefully you're all caught up on the format. But I think as we're approaching 15,000 viewers, which by the way, that's an insane number. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
It's the semifinals of the Magnus Carlsen Tour. Hikaru up against Dubov, his newly found rival over the course of these online events. Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren. 1-1 between Hikaru and Dubov, and 1-0 for Ding Liren in this match.
1-0. He was leading at the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, but then Magnus bounced back. Question is, will the world champion be able to bounce back again? Or can Ding Liren win the first set? So it's 4 rapid games. Magnus has 3 more games in which he shall try to bounce back and get the win, or even more than a win. So first he needs to tie and then see what comes afterwards. And I just also wanted to add, in case you guys are wondering why these 4 players are here. This is the finals. And the idea was that the winners of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour leg, so there have been 4 events, and the winner of each leg would qualify to the finals. Issue is, Mr. Magnus Carlsen decided to win 3 of the 4 events, so he cannot qualify 3 times, can he, Levy? That's a bit of an issue.
No, yeah, and so they had to put rules in place. What happens if Magnus wins his own tournaments multiple times? So
yes, so we do have the tour points. That was the second qualification condition. So Dubov is here because of winning Lindora's Abbey. Magnus is here because he won 3 of the events. And Hikaru and Ding Liren were the ones with the highest number of Grand Chess Tour. No, but Magnus Carlsen Tour points. I was going to say Grand Chess Tour, yeah. No, this is the Magnus Carlsen Tour points. And they were receiving points for quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Hikaru has been in 2 of the finals and 1 of the quarterfinals, while Ding Liren has made it to 3 of the semifinals, and that's how they got their points.
Yeah, they were the aggregate highest performers over multiple events, is how it happens. Those rules were put in place. If you won in tournament, you auto-qualified. The tournament where Dubov defeated Hikaru, he auto qualified. But it's actually funny. Had Hikaru defeated Dubov in that final, Hikaru would have still been here, but Dubov wouldn't have, because I don't think Dubov had a great run besides that tournament. I'm pretty sure.
He didn't play in all of them, and he also didn't have such a good run. You are right that Dubov is here for his tournament win. And also because of the Legends of Chess has recently concluded, had Jan Nepomniachtchi won in the finals, he would be here instead of Ding Liren, because he would have won one of the legs.
Yes, he would have won one of the legs. Not Ding Liren's legs. He would... Just in case anybody was I feel like this has been a very chess-focused commentary. Like, it's different with every co-host, you know? And Anna's a professional who also likes to have fun on the side. Some of the broadcasts, we just talk about God knows what, you know? We just talk about anything besides the position. But these players are playing for $300,000.
They are a lot at stake. This is the biggest prize fund an online tournament has ever had. The biggest prize fund with 140,000 going to the winner.
Yes. It's 140, 80, and just for showing up, you could lose all your games. You could play 9 rounds, lose, boom, 0-3, 0-3, 0-3, 40 grand. Chat. We could all do the same, and we would make $40,000.
Speaking of doing anything just to get the 40k, isn't Ding Liren immediately in trouble after Queen H7?
Yes.
Pointing out that the rook is trapped and the bishop barely has any squares. So how do you protect the rook?
You don't.
The bishop has literally only one square that's on h5. And if bishop h5, I'm not believing that white is not winning immediately. Well, knight e7, I've just blundered. Fork. Bot is gambiting with bishop h5. So black has no moves. You cannot move the rook. You cannot protect it. You cannot move the bishop. It's game over.
It is game over. But right on cue, it's our warlord. We're back at it. I like this kind of schedule. I'm going to refresh the page so the clocks are live. You guys are about to see some result pop in that isn't the actual result. All right, let's flip it back to Hikaru's perspective. He goes for a Nimso again. And... okay. Like a Benoni-ish thing. What is this?
I'm just keeping an eye in the meantime on Ding Liren's game. If he has resigned already, I don't see a move for him but resignation. And that will mean that the world champion ties the score as well. Same story in both semifinals. Dubov won the first game against Hikaru, then Hikaru bounced back in game 2. Magnus lost in game 1 against Ding Liren, but now he's winning, so it's going to be 1-1 in both cases.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 games by Super GMs. The score is 1-1, and it's not 4 draws. It's 4 decisive results. That might be the first time ever in the history of Super GMs playing games.
So, yeah.
No draws in the first round, in the first 2 rounds between either matchup. We're witnessing history. How is Hikaru, like, already much better? What is this? What is this? By the way...
good question. I'm trying to catch up now with the position, but yeah. Sorry, Levy, you were about to say something.
I was gonna say that the Russian top guys, Nepo, Dubov. I don't know Dubov. I don't know that well. Obviously, you know, Nepo has this reputation of being an absolutely brilliant player. A little bit streaky at times. And then, you know, can tilt, right? That's sort of like the scouting report. I think Dubov is kind of similar. Like, his preparation is incredible. But he could, like, if he loses a game that got away from him, the next game could be the game where you have a chance. Because he might do something wild in the opening. And...
so true.
Okay, so it's good that that's verified. That's a verified scouting report. So this could be our moment.
Yeah.
This could be our moment.
It's so true what you said. And basically, so that's a big advantage of Daniil Dubov, his fighting spirit and going for it in every single game. But it's also what backfired in the Chasuble Masters, where with 2 games away from the end, all he needed was just to draw out of the final 2 games, and he would have made it to the rest of the event, to the quarterfinals. But he didn't. He just goes for it in every single game. And against Magnus himself, he didn't want to draw. He didn't play solid. He went all in. He lost that game, and then he lost to Hikaru. So yes, he does take a lot of risk for the good and for the bad.
And, okay, I thought that the players were, like, in some sort of peculiar opening situation, but actually, even as far as short castles on move 11, they're following the game Le Quang Liem Peter Lecco, 2014. So let's see if in that, well, actually, yes, obviously, in that game, all those things did happen. They're still following that game. And now, in this position, there are some theoretical moves. Bishop g3 has been played, rook c1 has been played, e4 has been seen in one game and one game only. And that game was between Vadim Milov and Ivars Gipslis in 1994, when I wasn't alive yet, so that game probably never happened. So,
interesting that once again we are in a territory where there's only one game also played ages ago in comparison to modern theory. So I wonder if the players are aware of that game, or who is gonna be out prepared here. The match between Dubov and Nakamura have been a theoretical battle so far. In both games we have seen really sharp positions, new territories. I wonder, well, I was gonna say I wonder, but look at the clock situation. 16:39 for Mr. Dubov.
It's official. Magnus has won, by the way. It's official. So it is, it's
1-1. 1-1 with 2 games to go.
1-1 with 2 games to go. And this could be a short day, it could be a long day, because they don't just play 4 rapid games. They play, if it's 2-2, they play 2 more blitz games. If it's 3-3, they play Armageddon. They could play more if they want, but that's all they have to play in terms of sanctioned. So, yeah, Peter Lecco. I don't really remember playing this game, but it was very fascinating.
Oh, and you're so good at the impressions. I felt like I'm listening to Peter. I know him very well. We've been teammates. Well, we had been. I don't compete anymore, but I was lucky to be on the Olympic team of Hungary and share a couple of lunch, dinner, and walking sessions with the team.
As someone who has spoken to him at length, do I sound like Peter Lecco when I do the impression?
You do. I thought he took over. I thought that the broadcast have been mixed up, and suddenly it's Peter here. You are on the other show. So that was it.
Can I put you on the spot for a moment?
Yeah.
You don't have to answer.
Not too much though.
Yeah, but has Peter
I'm already scared.
Has Peter Lecco seen my impression of Peter Lecco?
I'm not sure, but I can ask him if you'd like me to.
Oh wow, that would be. I feel like I'm breaking like the universe bounds here. Like I feel like he's the kind of guy that doesn't go on social media. He's just like relaxed, has a good lifestyle. If I can break that fourth wall, he's gonna be like, yeah, I did, and actually, quite frankly, I'll see him in court is what I'll do. Yeah. So okay. Well,
I think you did brilliant, and he definitely should see it. Peter Lecco is hosting the official broadcast of the event. That's why we mentioned that he basically switched places with Levy.
Oh, he did? Today. He is? Uh-oh.
He is.
Oh, so it's 2 Peter Leccos. Outstanding.
Yeah, we have one here, one in the official broadcast. Lots of Peter Leccos today. Where's Peter Swidler, I'm wondering? Speaking of Peters.
Yeah,
Never too many Peters.
It was really weird to see Peter Swidler versus Peter Lecco. I'm not gonna lie. In the last event, that I felt like it was watching my parents fight. Like it was, I didn't like it. I was like, but well, it is what it is. They had to play against each other, so.
I'm really gonna dig this as the conclusion of the day, if nothing else, but Levy saying Peter Lecco and Peter Swidler as his parents, as if his parents were fighting. So. Takeaway of the day, lots of brilliant chess and all, but guys, this is a visual image I cannot get out of my head right now.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Just had bad memory flashback there. I don't like how fast Dubov is playing, by the way. It's really scaring me. I hate how fast Dubov and Nepo play. Like, it just terrifies me, and I'm not even the one playing them.
Yeah, I think Nepomniachtchi himself has said that he's aware that it can be too fast because he plays fast whether he's doing well or whether he's doing bad. He just cannot prevent himself from speeding up constantly. So once again, it's the case where it's an advantage, but also it backfires. when he would need to invest more time in the position. He might throw away, the advantage, what's going on?
And there you go, right on cue. Hikaru plays this move b5. That's not a blunder of a pawn, because then the bishop stops guarding the central pawn on e4. Then again, the machine that Dubov has at home could be more powerful than the one we have. Maybe rook c1 is the best move, even though the computer's not showing it. Apparently, the engine line is a4, c4, bishop c2, and if you allow b4, then there's rook e3 and the queen is trapped.
Goodness me, that's beautiful.
Rook b1, queen a2. Oh, it's not quite trapped, but I guess rook b4. Okay, apparently, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a mess of a position, but I can see how that is the point of the whole pawn push to a4, and just making sure that the black pawns, even though you see them advancing, and that looks very scary, but it's taking away from the mobility of the queen. Rook c1 was played instead, not a4, but rook to c1 was the choice of Daniil Dubov, and queen a3 immediately played by Hikaru.
And again, if bishop b5, now the point is that despite this pin, rook e4 happens, there's no longer a pin, and life is good. In a lot of these structures, wow, that looks like a very peculiar move. Bishop b1.
Bishop to b1 protects the pawn and also prepares for bringing a rook over to the third rank potentially, but it does feel like there could be issues with this placement, just by intuition. I don't know what exactly, but
yeah, well, like, what if I just, I don't know, play a move like, I spoke too soon. I don't actually have a move yet. What if I just...
Let's just state the obvious. Black has an extra pawn, so it is white who is trying to prove that they have enough compensation for it. So if black can finish development and is not getting mated, then it's a healthy extra pawn. That's my understanding. So that could be the reason why this is not the most precise, because it's not that challenging for black.
Yeah, this does not challenge black's setup at all. But I also think that the move bishop g3 is coming, right? Like, if you play a5, for example... Oh no, it's your plan of rook e3, and the queen is kind of offside. That's the problem. You did say the third rank for attacking the queen.
Yes, I think that's the reason why bishop b1 is the idea of Dubov with rook e3 next, but the queen could also just start coming back anyway, so either waiting for rook e3 or starting to bring the queen back. Is that really dangerous? Will white get to push e5 in the right moment, or what is gonna be the punchline here? I
don't know. The punchline could be the time situation. Dubov
good point.
is very, 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 very much ahead on the clock. But maybe while we have a break in the action, we can start our campaign to get my co-host to 30,000 followers? Maybe? I'm gonna shout you out on my channel. Let's go do it. Let's go do it. Hey,
you are too supportive. Thank you.
We did some incredible things in this community for Ariantari, and when he's free and available, my man is constantly streaming chess, the #2 in Norway. We got him from 800 to 5,000. 800 to 5,000.
That is insane. That is insane. I'm just trying to hit 30k. I've been streaming for 2.5 years by now, I think, but I only have gone full-time in the past few months, so I can only say I'm a full-time Twitch streamer since this spring, but I really would be very happy for hitting 30k, but no pressure on anybody, please. I feel bad. I feel bad for self-promoting even.
You should probably check your dashboard. I wouldn't be surprised if you hit it already. This community is pretty powerful when we want to support people, so yeah,
you're
supporting.
Very kind. Thank you everybody for the support. I do see new follows, but I think I'm on 29.780. So I'm 220 short of 30k followers. I really appreciate it.
We could take care of that. I think we could take care of that. All right, knight g4, knight d2, knight b6, some knight maneuvering here. Great. But what is Dubov doing? What is bishop b1 and knight d2? Like, is he just trying to retreat every single piece? Like, what?
Placing them all back on the back rank is an idea, yeah. But I agree with you. Knight g4 has taken care of the e3 square, so that was one of the main ideas of the bishop retreat, to bring the rook to e3. Knight g4 prevented it, and then knight to d2. I'm really puzzled. It does ask the g4 bishop, the g4 knight, hey, what's going on? But what if we just move the other knight and protect it?
I don't actually fully know, because, well, in fact, the engine is suggesting go back knight f3 and admit defeat is what it's showing. But
going back, is it necessary? I would love to keep it there and wait for white to push me back with a move like h3 or f3.
Yeah, h3 is apparently, yeah, well, it's obviously a very natural move, but it was not even in the engine's top 3, which is why I was very surprised. I was like, why not? What's the situation there? But it looks very nice for black. Like I said, if Hikaru wins this game, that'd be incredible. So
yeah, well, he has just bounced back in game 2, and now he has the advantage with the black pieces in game 3. That from that really nightmare-ish game 1 where he got checkmated basically in 17 moves. This is quite a recovery, I must say. I'm impressed.
Right.
And oh my god, I've hit 30k by 4 now. Thank you, everybody. Jeez, that was unexpected and out of sudden. Jeez, Levy, you were saying this community is capable of anything. 30.597. Thank you so much.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Thank you.
My image on my screen is 30.2. I was slow by 10 seconds. That is crazy.
Thank you so much. Really, it means a lot to me. Thank you for the support. I'm just a small creator here that's trying to grow the game as much as some of my fellow streamers. They are doing an amazing job, including Levy, including Hikaru, including Alexandra, and I'm not even naming everybody. I feel like I should make a full list, but just kudos to everybody trying to make chess more popular, more accessible. PogChamps 2 is coming up. Both Levy and I are coaches, as well as Hikaru, of course. He's the main coach, and it's thanks to him that we have events like PogChamps. Thank you. Yeah,
with PogChamps 2 coming up, obviously the tournament that everybody cares about. The hero, the hardcore Hikaru and chess fans care about it, but yeah, like you just crossed 30. When I first was invited alongside Chiyu to do, I think I'm forgetting which was when, but yeah, like it was big. Chiyu and I both crossed 30, and now you asked me my goal. I don't have a number in mind. I just want to pass Chiyu. So that's
okay. Next step, guys. Okay, you guys helped me. Now we need to help Levy. Levy needs more followers than Chiyu. The difference is 3,300. Was that? We need 3,000 new followers for Levy.
Listen, friendly competition is fun. It's like T-Series and PewDiePie, right? And so, I just got like
Which one are you? Are you T-Series or are you PewDiePie?
_C4 tip $3. You're welcome.
I don't know. But I heard the dono go off in my ear, so the notification.
Thank you so much, everybody, for the support, and also we will check back, of course, with the position. All jokes aside, thank you so much for the support, and huge blunder it seems. Queen to h5, the evaluation bar jumping. Levy, back to you.
Back to, I don't know why it's such a blunder. Apparently it's such a blunder because Queen H5, this is not the same Queen H5 that we saw, in game 1. Back then, Queen H5 was +9, so this one is,
And remember the pawn retreat. We wanted to put the G5 pawn back to G7. Here, Hikaru has already accomplished it. The pawn is on G7, protecting the king and the H6 pawn. This is how you should do it. Keep those bodyguards close to your king.
Yeah, because, well, and look, it says -1.5, but it says -1.5 because of this move.
Whoa.
C4. That's why.
Yeah.
Because the computer's like, dude, you got nothing. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, try me.
So, basically, Hikaru is using the C4 square, but for his knight, which also seems really logical, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is, Okay, well, he plays knight c4. Very, very straightforward. Just wants to trade. And in any endgame, like, if the queens were removed, like right now, a3, h5, boom, black is completely winning. Like, actually completely winning. So, you just use your pawns on the queen side. Literally, right? You would play a5, a4, b4, b3, you know, bishop a6, c4, c3. So, Hikaru looking to simplify. It looks very bad for Dubov. I don't know what he's going to play here to possibly get back in the game. Maybe trade knights and just go all out, just attack.
Could be the case. I was just looking at if he could bring the rook somehow over to the king side. Like, you want your rook on g3, and then there would be quite a strong king side attack. But you don't get that position. How do you, with now the knight covering the e3 square again? So earlier Hikaru played knight g4 to guard the e3 square, and now it's knight c4, and you're not allowing rook to e3 ever.
Yeah, I like knight c4, even if it wasn't whatever. Okay, Engine is saying one was minus 1.5. We saw from the last game that eval swings go up and down. Like, just because it's one way does not mean, this does not mean anything in particular. Maybe a supercomputer here would find a way to create an attack on the king side. That's really the only hope of counterplay. Yeah. So here's my idea. Here's my wild idea. What if I play knight c4, sacrifice my rook, play rook e3, give away my bishop on b1, and play rook g3. This is me getting wild here. Is there a mate here at all? Like, can I play queen h6 or no? I know it's -7, but why is it -7?
Good question.
Like, I figured it's lost. It's lost because black is up a rook. But how do you stop me from queen h6 and bishop f6? Like, queen e4, queen h6. Oh, queen h7. Just give the king a hug. You just give the king a hug. That's what you do.
Yeah, all the pieces in the background, but the queen comes back to h7, and that saves the day. Yeah, it does make sense that if we sacrifice a rook as white, once the g7 square is protected, actually, it's game over.
Yeah, it is game over. I mean, again, it's -7 because you're down a full rook. But put that position on a board, not so easy to play, because 3 pieces are attacking your king, and it's very difficult to defend. I highly doubt Dubov does that. I do think he has to take on c4. But he's not going to do all that other stuff. I doubt he does.
Like, if he does not take, what else? What else is he considering here, if not knight takes?
Maybe knight b3? I don't. But knight b3 looks peculiar.
Yeah, where's that knight going?
I don't know. Don't know. Listen, I experimented in the kitchen, I set it on fire, and I put out the fire. Yeah, somebody was like, that's why you're not an engine. I am fully aware of my limitations as a chess player. Trust me, you do not need to check in with me there. Like, when I was playing against Eric Rosen the other day, people were like, oh, both of them put together couldn't beat Hikaru. And we were like, yeah, we know. He does play knight b3, by the way. He did play knight b3.
Did he? Now, that does surprise me. Although maybe his thinking was, if he just trades, he doesn't have enough attack and he's a full pawn down. So it's pawn down for nothing. When you're material down, you try to complicate the position as much as possible, keep as much material on the board as possible. So in that sense, it does make sense that he doesn't trade, but I just feel like the knight on b3 is not doing anything. It does cut out the black queen from the game somewhat, but it also is just a useless piece there, and I wonder if the queen can get back through b2. So if queen b2, and then you want to come back to e5, my queen is back and your knight is just silly on b3.
Yes, exactly. And so he plays a5 quickly. It is important to note, we were down like 7-14 on time.
Yeah.
It's 7-7, 7-7. Okay, it's actually 7 versus 7 minutes. But yeah, it's even on time, and Dubov's position is not looking that great. It is not looking that great. The queen h5, the bishop h4, the pieces are scattered. How much better would this position be for white if the e4 pawn just literally evaporated?
I think much better. So that would be a second pawn down for white, but it would finally free the b1 bishop and have some potential for an attack on the king side. Rook to c3 has happened. So basically knight b3 does help white to bring the rook to the third rank, but I'm just doubting this attack. So if a4, the knight cannot go away because there's a pin on the third rank, does he just want to play rook g3 and say, I'm gonna give mate?
Yeah, I think that's the point. I think this is one gigantic experiment to attack the king. There is this interposing defensive move. I never teach that word to beginners, but it's basically you stop a threat by getting in the way, right? Like exactly how you should stand up to a bully, and then if h takes g4, okay, you can take on f6, but the engine is such a savage it plays queen b4. I hate compute. How? Wait, what? Stupid.
I love your reaction there.
The engine, by the way, is also saying...
Let's ban engines now!
Yeah, and then knight g6 is apparently the best move, instead of even a5.
What?
So, it's a bluff, is what this is, and, yeah.
Okay, so black casually gives back a piece on g4 to block the g5 off of the bishop, of the rook, sorry, or the rook on g3 it's a key attacking piece. By placing a minor piece on g4, sacrificing it, you give back the piece, but it does slow down the attack of white, and then queen b4, attacking the rook, threatening b takes a2, pass pawn, winning the game. Easy chess.
Yes, yeah, easy chess, and he combines all these ideas, by the way. Hikaru plays queen b4, hitting this bishop with knight g6, now bishop g3. This is good for black because the rook can no longer access that square. d6 is not under attack, so I think you're going to play a4, and now white is going to play the very powerful knight a1.
Knight a1.
That's a good move. Knight a1.
Powerful.
Yes, the very... I think you resign before you play knight a1. Like, there is no way... Wait.
Has it happened?
No, bishop f6 is... What?
Huh? Alright, bishop to f6, another way of sacrificing a piece. So if g takes f6, queen takes h6, is that the big idea? And then rook g3 and try to create a perpetua by sacrificing on g6? Or e5 and then taking on g6, like one or the other. E5, knight takes e5. I'm just looking at what is the idea behind.
This like kind of reminds me, like sometimes I'm teaching and somebody will ask me, hey, can I give away a bishop but I double my opponent's pawns? You know, someone told me doubled pawns were bad.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no, bishop is worth more. But this is actually kind of creative because he'll get rook g3 and he'll get e5. And then now the bishop hits the knight. So it's a little bit tricky. It's not the worst plan in the world. And by the way, for all of you laughing, the top 3 engine moves are not even taking the bishop.
Really?
Yeah, the top move is a4. The next one is rook a7. What is rook a7?
Well, that's bringing some defenders in. The rook on a8 is unemployed and decides to help the king by coming over on the 7th rank. I like it. But it's very deep. I would take the bishop. I would take the bishop and pray.
And knight f4 is the other one with the idea... Oh, no, actually, knight f4 is not a move. Because after queen f3, the engine says just go back to g6. So basically, like... Actually, bishop f6 is not that outlandish, it seems. Like, you either take on f6 and hope, or you play a4 and realize that this actually doesn't work. Wow. Bishop f6 could either turn out to be the most brilliant move of this entire tour, or just a tilter. That's it.
In any case, I do think that it's a great practical decision by Daniil Dubov in a position where black is material up and has prevented all the major threats of white. So there isn't enough compensation for white, but he does play a move that can stir the water, mess things up as much as possible, and give black more opportunities to make a mistake.
What is wrong with rook takes e4? It is a blunder of a rook. That bishop on b1 has been defending this pawn for a while, so cutting down on these one-move errors could be a problem. I see a question in my chat about what my recommendation is against the Caro-Kann. Can we please focus on this game? I will not be giving personalized opening recommendations, maybe on break. But we've been firing at light speed. Hikaru plays top engine move, by the way. So
A4. He is the engine.
He is the engine, yeah, that is... Now Dubov...
And the juicer, as we learned, everyone is the juicer.
The juicer, the warlord, the engine, the machine. Yes. A4, great move from Hikaru. Not buying what Dubov is selling, really. That's just... Although Dubov can still play rook g3 and leave both bishops hanging. Both pieces. That's not a bishop on b3. But, wow.
I do like the fact that he just doesn't care about the f6 bishop, saying that, you know what, you're not threatening anything, that pawn on g7 is fine, you can take if you want to, then maybe I'll take back. Well, I'm hoping he'll take back, because bishop takes g7, then you cannot keep that bishop alive.
Yeah, and, and it's happening. Oh my goodness, Daniil Dubov is,
Rook
Rook
e5!
e5!
2 pieces, 2 minor pieces of white are hanging, and Hikaru says, you know what, take mine.
What? So now bishop... So, oh, yeah, this is just very easy. The queen is stuck. The knight is hit. The knight is trapped. That's actually the point. That's really... The knight is literally trapped. It can't go to d2. It goes here. Queen b2. The most brutal fork of all time. That is... That is what that is. If the knight goes to a1, I will send a text to my YouTube person and make a thumbnail. Please. The 2 most ridiculous minor piece moves of all time. Bishop f6 and knight a1. Boom. That's what we do.
Goodness me, this is brilliant. I'm loving rook e5. That is such a resource for black's defense on the king side, because that bishop on f6 is one of the strongest attacking pieces. He could have taken it with the pawn, but that would weaken the king to quite an extent. So he says, I'm not gonna give you any perpetual check ideas with rook takes g6. I'm playing rook e5. Take my rook if you want to, and then the knight is trapped, as you said, Levy. This is brilliant.
Yeah, this is fantastic. What an approach. It's such a creative idea. The point also being that if you don't take and your queen just departs like to e2, well then you take on f6 and there's nothing. The queen's gone. It's a free bishop. So Dubov has to take.
So you have to take. Yeah,
you have to take.
He has to take, but after we capture back on e5, the knight has only the a1 square available. That's so painful.
Yeah.
No more attack without the bishop, and the knight is gonna be lost.
Oh my god! And I just got informed that Dubov's camera went off. So either he hit his computer too hard, or I don't know. Wow.
Hopefully not a disconnection though, because that also can be the case when the cameras go off, but they are on a Zoom call, all the players.
He took on e5 like a... Well, like I said, this was the game. I'm glad that it's the prophecy is coming true, and that's not a reference to me looking like Harry Potter. That is quite literally, this was the game to get Dubov, because after tilting in that last game and blundering rook d6, rook e6, if Hikaru wins this game, he's got white in the last round of this thing. He can close this out in 4 games, take a 1-0 lead. So,
This is such a comeback by Hikaru in terms of game 2, and now taking the lead. If he wins this game, he's 1 game away from winning today's set after losing the first game in a disastrous way. What a strength of just not just chess skills, but also the mentality, the attitude, and recovering from that painful loss in the first game. Psychology is so much part of the game at top level chess.
Yeah.
And Hikaru has shown that he's really strong in terms of mentality and just his mindset in general.
And it might even come down to the fact that the nature of those 2 games is exactly what we talked about. It's game 1, you have a garbage game. Recovering from that could be easy. Like, I don't know, like, maybe you disagree. In my opinion, like, if you play a completely terrible game, your opening just goes horrible. You just go, alright, whatever. But...
Yeah, I get your point that it's more painful sometimes. Well, not sometimes, but it is more painful if you are winning and you make a mistake. Knight takes c5.
Just take it, yeah.
Yeah, take back with the pawn, and it's game over. Black has 2 minor pieces for the rook. as well as those beautiful pawns marching up the board on the queen side, and no attack for white on the king side. The b1 bishop is such a poor piece, trying to look at the black king, but the e4 pawn is in the way.
Yeah, Dubov plays rook f1, recastling the rook, bringing it back to its rightful home. Now you just win by putting the queen in the center and just playing c4, b4, b3, and that's it. Done.
The chat is sad for you for not getting the thumbnail with knight a5, Levy.
Oh. Yeah.
I feel you guys. This is
You know
sad.
what? You know what? I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna put the knight on a1 in an analysis board.
Yes.
Yeah. And then people and then I'm gonna show analysis of the position when I do the video. I'm gonna be like, this could have happened, and they're gonna be like, so you made the thumbnail that wasn't really the game.
Clickbait.
Yeah. So, pet the Hikaru indeed. I mean, that's it, Hikaru. Let's go. B4. Let me see it. Wait. Before we get too hyped.
F4 is kind of a threat, but is that the big issue? So the white king steps out of the pin. Queen d4 was pinning the pawn.
It's not completely over. It's not completely over. In fact, and I'm looking at this, the best thing for Hikaru to do could be to just sacrifice the piece. Because here's the thing, if he keeps the knight, you're gonna get e5, right? And all of a sudden, it's not so clear what is happening. And he plays rook a6.
That's exactly what white wants. Yep, you're right. The bishop will finally be alive if white can push e5.
So now with f4, I'm assuming Hikaru's just going to play rook f6. And he's going to say, well, I mean, I guess in this particular case, you can't even take. But, like, I actually thought, for example, maybe moving the bishop or something. And then the point is that, oh, I guess no. I guess if you do it with bishop a6, the rook is hanging, and somehow you're always in time because f4 is, my logic was like, can I sacrifice the piece completely? Like, is this still winning? This is still winning, right? Sacrificing the exchange? Probably, with the knight on e5 and the 3-pass pawns.
Could be the case. He goes for the pin over the f-file after f4, rook to f6. Also very logical, because now the pawn on f4 is sort of hanging. Is it hanging? There are some tactical ideas, but it does pin the pawn, does put pressure on the f4 pawn. And what's the follow-up for white if they cannot take on e5? Can't really move the rook away from f1 either.
Oh, this is the value of an amazing production team. We now have a Hikaru emote on the screen. This is why we're here. I mean, this is
pet the Hikaru.
This is. I would love it. I feel as though if I actually ever pet Hikaru on the head, that I would like get force fielded across the room. Like he would just like, do like a ha, and I would just like fly. But I don't. So if we ever hang out, I will not actually touch his head. But what a game. And again, I don't want to. It's not over. It's not over. It's close.
F5.
But
so question after F5. What is white doing? Because the threat of f takes g6 isn't really a threat. Once again, there's still a pin over the f5, so Hikaru plays knight to c4. I do like that move because now the queen, if necessary, can come back to e5 to pin the g3 rook and pin over the 5th rank as well. There are lots of tactical motives here.
Yeah, the good thing is that now white has completely locked the light-squared bishop out of the game. It cannot see through one pawn, let alone two, let alone the knight, let alone everything else. Dubov's got 30 seconds, and is Dubov's camera back on, by the way? Like, did that ever get sorted out?
Yeah, that would be great to know if you guys are following the official broadcast. Do let us know if Daniil is back on his main camera. Every player, by the way, is monitored by 3 cameras. So just because one of his cameras goes off, he's still on 2 other cameras. Don't worry, guys. They are being monitored by all sorts of different measures of anti-cheating. This has been from the very beginning of the tour. Queen e5, I do love that square for the queen a lot. And now queen to f3 to step out of the 5th rank at least. But still, white is not threatening f takes g6.
The good thing is that once the pawns are blockaded like the way they are, white has no counterplay. Now, black just has to not do anything stupid, which is fully possible if I'm playing. But in this position, everything is stabilized. So you just bring the pieces back to their rightful squares. All right, great move. Now the g6 knight is going to go to e5. It's a beautiful position. Absolutely beautiful position.
Yes, and Daniil Dubov down to 15 seconds with only the increment, basically.
Hey, this is great. We've got 15,500 of you with us. You're here at a great moment. Hikaru's got his most dominant position of the day. I mean, yes, he had mate in one on the board last game, but that came out of nowhere. Here he is grinding down Dubov, and yeah, now that's it. B4, let's go, B4. Let me get those pawns going. Great, A3, move something.
Yeah, let's go. All of them steamrolling on the queen side with the pawn pushes. Let's go. A3. I love A3. A3. Yeah. Yes, now, A3, bishop C2.
Can I just quickly point out that Hikaru has played this entire game without moving the C8 bishop once?
Yeah, great point. And it's an active piece in this position still.
He beat Dubov with peace odds. Whoever said you gotta develop your pieces? The man is beating one of the world's best players with a full piece odd. Oh my goodness. Incredible.
He moved it!
Move 38, the bishop is activated. Just for the fans, he heard me. I'm in his ear.
Oh no.
I'm in his ear.
To D7. Spoiled it.
Alright. This is why we're here. It's still not super easy. You have a very dangerous opponent on the other side, and every move you play, you gain 10 seconds, not because you've hacked the server. It's 15 plus 10. That is the format. So, a format I always recommend to beginners, by the way. 15-10 gives you a lot of time to really think through your moves, and this is why you shouldn't resign. Doesn't matter if you think you're dead lost, play the game.
Yep, you play the game. Speaking of the games in general, of course, we also have the World Champions game against Ding Liren, but basically Hikaru's game can finish any moment, so we're gonna stick with this one. And you can see on the smaller board the other semi-final. Rook to e3, and now queen b6. Very logical to trade queens in a position where black is dominating, and the endgame would win so easily here.
Yes, this is easy. I would say 2 ways to win a completely winning position. Simplify down to a winning endgame, or use your pieces to attack. Got no attack here. King is very safe. Close position, so you play queen b6. Once this queen is gone, life will get a lot simpler. That's a rook on e3. What? Oh, because queen b8. But then queen c... What? I don't... If my math is right, Hikaru's up a full piece now. So...
He is. I was just puzzled by the queen takes e5 idea. Is there a trick? Queen b1? Is it what he was counting on? But the c1 rook was clearly hanging. Or he's just desperate, so he thought this is his best shot.
Yeah, he's going for like the full you know, consolidate and save yourself approach. Hikaru's pawns again can't quite move. I mean, you could take and play knight d3. That's the easiest. Keep your nerves and win the game. See, like I said, it's not over till it's over. And I know that Ding and Carlsen are still playing, and they have an insane game as well. But Anna, that's 5 games that are going to be decisive to start things off. That is pretty rare.
It is very rare, and also all games have been so sharp, so complex. I'm loving this event, and we've only just witnessing the beginning. This is day 1.
Yeah,
wow,
this
queen
is,
to g3.
Can I just say, it was probably probably the best decision that we made was to invite Anna onto the show. I think that's what we did. That was the best decision that we made. So
yeah, very kind, Levy. But there are so many other streamers out there that will do a great job commentating with you. So I'm rooting for them as well. And you are an amazing host.
Well, I still stand by what I said. I feel like there's a lot of I feel like this show it's been you know that the show is going well when it feels like it flies by. Like it's been 2.5 hours, crazy games. It is, and by the way, we definitely hit a few like fewer goals, and we definitely have a result. We have a result.
We do.
It's official.
We do. Thank you. That saves me because I don't know how to react to compliments. But thank you, Hikaru. No, Levy, you are way too kind. But Hikaru wins his second game in a row. After a disastrous start, he is now leading in the mini match of the day. One more rapid game to go. Hikaru is about to claim the set. He's gonna have the white pieces in the final game.
Yeah. He needs a draw. That's all he needs. He needs a draw. If anybody, well, I guess they're not even here, so I can't even actually call them out. If anybody left after that first game, if you guys are like the fans that leave the arena when the team is losing right before the end, remember when Ray Allen hit that shot? Not to bring up bad memories.
Don't tell me about that. No, Madrid, no.
Yeah. So, well, we talking about the NBA finals. I guess you're talking about football. There's always those moments. Doubters.
But Real Madrid in both cases.
That's the door right there. Doubters, you could go right out that door. 2-1. We got white in the last game. Dubov is very dangerous. So hopefully we make that draw or get that win. But we might take a 1-0 lead. So I turned it on to the Ding Liren Magnus game. What the hell is this?
Let me also tune in. I'm still under the shock of how I was really worried for Hikaru at the start. We saw that really poor start with the novelty by Hikaru, but it felt like it was preparation of Dubov or just his genius, his instinct. We will need to know if Daniil Dubov was prepared for that or not. He's of course a brilliant attacking player, but yeah, what is going on here, Levy?
I just want to say this.
Talk about the E8 King in general and the opening.
We should talk about the opening first. I'm very glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about the Karo Khan. This is the greatest opening ever made. And Magnus Carlsen plays it, and you know that you respect an opening when you play the most tame version of it. The exchange Karo Khan. Trading the pawns in the center. This is some sort of theory, but we don't have to talk about it. Magnus doesn't castle, opens up, and then Anna, what is h4? Have you ever seen this? What is this?
I haven't seen h4 in that position, but I would assume this is a brilliant move. Because Levy, why?
I don't know, but actually it's kind of funny that right after he played h4, Magnus tried to repeat moves and end the game. Look at this. You see this?
Oh,
he tried to repeat.
He did.
And Ding Liren said no. No repetition, Magnus. Who do you think you're playing against? So Magnus weakens his king and his position, but it is all of a sudden better after this peculiar retreat, knight h2.
I'm puzzled by knight h2 fully. h4, I can understand partially because there's already pressure on the h5 for black, so basically that's one way of trying to deal with it, and black's king is still in the middle of the board, so this is a really double-edged position with the semi-open 5-4, black on the h-file, and the knight trying to get in through h5. But I do like this for white. Somehow it just feels... It felt like a great position. I'm not sure about knight to h2. Where are we going?
We're gonna go back to f3. That's what we're trying to... I mean, does he want to play g4? Like...
I was gonna ask you, do you think he's trying to win the piece with g4, tearing up the king side?
Well, it does trap the knight. The knight is trapped. Yeah. It can't go to f4, but really?
Yeah, what are the consequences though? Because if you win the piece with a move like g4, then the g pawn disappears. Exactly, the rook will come to h5, queen to h3. It's all very concrete, of course, so we cannot just say it by principle that this cannot be good. It's just very sharp. You better make sure that it works before you play a move like g4.
Oh man, Magnus is down to 3 minutes, by the way.
And that is a big deal because Magnus usually does not have less time than his opponents.
Now he has 3 times less time than his opponent. So, 2.5 minutes. Yeah, Magnus basically, clicked the 3-minute button and is looking for a blitz game, but it turns out that his opponent has 8 minutes. That's not good. The 8 minutes might not help you.
Yeah.
Also, you could spend all your time still not find the best moves. So...
King to f7, saying that g4 is not a threat. Just claiming that You can take my knight if you want to.
Wow. It might just be too dangerous, but why is it too dangerous? Why is it too dangerous?
Let's take a look at it.
The eval bar is doing the worm on the dance floor. It's like, it does have no idea what is going on. Wow.
G4. What is the response there? Does black even need to care? We'll just wait for white to take the knight.
Well, the only thing that I can think of is G, like either G5 works or it doesn't work. Like G4, G5.
G4, G5, just to open up the position even further. That's a very logical move, I think, G5.
Because if
we take everything.
5. So my logic was HG5, FG5.
Yeah.
And then if you take the knight, there's rook H5, and then there's obviously, I mean, queen H3 is the whole point. It's 0, 0, 0 according to this stupid thing, but
is it?
Yeah, it's all 0, 0, 0.
Oh my god.
But there's also like bishop D6 sometimes, probably, because the bishop hits the knight. Very tricky position. I don't know. I wanted to go G5 to shred it all open, but... And he's played it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts. Here we go. What has Magnus prepared? Ding Liren is calling his bluff. He just check-raised them on the river. Is Magnus gonna call? Or is he gonna fold? I mean, he has to call. Like, he's got no other options.
Yeah, he can't really fold here, but it's game on again. It could be the 6th decisive result. All 4 players of the finals are playing extremely sharp, complex positions, not afraid of anything. This is the fighting chess we all love. Everything is hanging. G4 is winning a piece, but also just exposes the white king to an extent where there will be lots of questions. Knight A5 though. G5, I did like your idea with
that
G5. Knight A5.
Literally the last move that I expected. I mean, Magnus is essentially demonstrating, like, this reminds me of when I used to teach kindergarten and first grade. They would be like, well, if I attack his queen, maybe he won't see it.
Hope chess.
Yeah, and like, but doesn't this help the queen get more centralized? Like, I don't. But I guess he wants to play knight c4. I guess that's the point. So,
yeah, it's funny how we were all looking at the king side with g4. You're just like so focusing on the king side attack, and then he plays a move on the opposite flank, knight to a5.
Okay, queen d1 also makes sense because you want to play queen f3, and bishop d6 immediately gives the advantage black. Wait, can you play f4 here? No, f4 is stupid because it allows knight g3. Wow. Hopping in. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Knight's in.
Was then queen d1 a mistake?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't...
This is all very deep. Maybe this is perfect chess, but I'm just like puzzled. Bishop d6, and now we can't... Well, we can still take the knight, but it feels like a worse version. Oh, this is way too complex. But in terms of time situation, Ding Liren still has 3 extra minutes, so he may end up with an extra piece. 3 extra minutes. He does take the knight. He says, "Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'm taking your piece."
And apparently it's a mistake. Apparently in this position you are not supposed to take the knight. What were you supposed to do? Here we go. You probably have to play like queen f3. Yeah. It's queen d1 and then just put the queen here for reasons I don't understand in the slightest. Okay, great. Okay, great. In the words of Chael Sonnen, okay, great. f4 is the only move here that doesn't lose. You have to play
kidding. F4. And he played it instantly.
And now rook h4 will hit the knight. So now knight f3 hits the rook back. Wait, how do you not get mated? How are you not mated here? What? Oh, because, well, of course. I mean, obviously you're just going to safeguard your king with all your pieces. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Knight f3, come on, Ding.
Sure.
Wow.
Knight to f3. The thing is, with knight f3, he also has tactical ideas with knight e5 check and opening up the f file, if he is not getting mated in the way, of course, because, like, the g and h files are scary.
Sorry, I'm have to find ways to keep myself entertained.
I was gonna ask you, how can you be everywhere? I see Levy typing in every chat, including the chess.com game window. How do you do it?
So f4 got played, and somebody in chess.com chat, you guys know about this, right? You know chess.com chat is an oasis of memes. So somebody goes f4 exclam, and then the next guy goes f4 is terrible. And so I wrote f4 was literally the only move that doesn't lose. Some brilliant commentary here. Like it's the only move that doesn't lose the game. It's terrible.
I like how ChessBase telling you in the chess.com chat to get out of here and focus.
Because
this is wholesome.
It does bother me. Like, not that people's understanding can be like affected or anything like that, but like, for example, at the Marshall Chess Club here in New York City before COVID, like it's a community feel. Like, people sit, they analyze games, and I have seen firsthand like people who just walk up to a kid analyzing with their parent, just looking at something, and then just comes in and starts to basically coach, like for no reason, and is giving advice that's like totally gibberish. Like, I remember the most egregious one was a guy who tried to tell the kid that a rook and 2 pawns is better than 3 pieces.
Rook and 2 pawns is better than 3 pieces.
Yeah, 3 pieces.
On the base of...
I don't know. Like, the position didn't help his case. And I was literally sitting there like, that's just completely wrong. Like, it's just not, that's like never true. Like, unless it's mate or something.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense mathematically, and it also would be a very specific case if you find a position where the 3 minor pieces are terribly placed.
And
Rook to e2, by the way, by Ding Liren, not the best according to the engine, but this is a crazy complex position.
G5. Oh my god, look at that. G5 is the suggestion. It's opening the position toward the king. Oh, it's G5 followed by the very natural Rook H8, and I don't know why you had to play G5, but I guess it's to open the bishop. That is my guess.
Because if he swaps the move order and plays Rook to H8 first, which seems to be more natural to me, what is the issue if he just plays first Rook to H8?
I don't know.
Or is it the case that White is in so much trouble that it doesn't matter?
It's because White's in time with knight d2, knight f3.
No way. And is it already that bad for Black then? Because I really think the human move is to double rooks first. I mean, Magnus is perfectly capable of moves like g5, but Rook to h8 seems to be natural. He's down to 20 seconds though, so he better make a decision. 12 seconds for the world champion. Down to 10.
The big decision. Does he play g5 or Rook h8? Magnus, is he gonna flag?
Oh, please don't.
Wait, what?
He must have made a move. Come on. He did not flag the...
Wait, it's official. It says it's 1-0.
It says 0-0 for his time, and it says 1-0 for the result. Can we get a confirmation on that? Because I cannot believe that he just forgot about his time. What on earth? He either just sank so much into depth of the calculations that he forgot about the time pressure, but that happens so rarely at top level because
Magnus
so
lost.
Rare. He lost on time? Is it confirmed?
Yeah, he flagged. Wait, he didn't even...
Rook e2, and he lost on time in an advantageous position according to our evaluation bar.
Oh my gosh!
Now that is a shocker.
I mean, this is supposed to be a highlight for the future, but I don't even know what to say. Like, this is gonna be for the promo. And by the way, as Magnus Carlsen loses on time, Eric Rosen sent us his viewers. Hi, Eric. You guys are getting here at an insane moment. Magnus just lost.
Crazy. He has sacrificed a piece, so kudos to the world champion for the aggressive attack he went for on the king side, giving up a knight for free. And it does seem to be a lot of compensation for the piece. The evaluation bar shows quite an advantage for Black without a piece. So it's a piece down, but advantage for Black. And he forgot about his clock.
I don't know. I mean, obviously it's a developing story. We're no assumptions can be made, but if it wasn't the disconnection, then I have just absolutely no words. I mean, he had like a minute to make a move, didn't he?
Yeah, he had half a minute at least. I don't remember what was the exact clock situation, but yeah, he had about half a minute at least, if not more, when Rookie 2 was played, I believe. 2 minutes even, was it? And that we are being told that it's not a disconnection. He just forgot. He forgot about the time situation.
Yeah, I'm gonna put up the big game, which is Hikaru Dubov game 4. Let me just refresh my page here. So we have moves being made in the Hikaru game. Hikaru goes for e4 again, challenging Dubov in a Sicilian. Maybe Dubov plays it, maybe he doesn't, but wow. Dubov's clock is running, although not here because he has to make a move first, but that is wild. I don't really know what to say, and I also will say that they got Magnus off cam real quick. They got Magnus off cam real quick when he lagged.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna get destroyed.
I can imagine his frustration. I mean, that's just to once again emphasize the position was advantageous for Magnus, to say it mildly. Maybe decisive advantage. Still, of course, very complex, and he has to play the best moves, but it seems that the piece sacrifice was a good one. Black has a really strong attack, and he was just calculating what's the most precise move there. Maybe Rook H8, maybe G5. He must have been thinking of those moves. Queen H3, there was a couple of options. And then he forgot about his time, which barely ever happens at such a high level.
We're getting word that there was a technical issue with the server. And he didn't lose.
Wait, now that would make more sense because forgetting about the clock when you have played chess for your entire life is really a very rare case.
Wait,
let's wait for the confirmation then. So if it was a server issue, then will they just conclude from the position?
I mean, I have no idea. I mean, at this point, we do only rely on the updates of the community. So hopefully, we're not actually being, trolled or anything like that. If that's actually what's happening. So I'm not going to read any more about what's happening from anybody unless it's a trusted source, and that will not mean Chris Broussard, driving around looking for Mark Cuban's phone number or whatever that was. Or DeAndre Jordan's phone number. Anna, do you know that story?
No, I don't. Would you like to update me on that?
There was a period in time where a big free agent in basketball was supposed to make a big move from a city to another city. And there was some story that like his former team had an intervention of some form and like basically sat him down in a hotel room, wouldn't let him leave, and tried to convince him to stay. And there was an NBA analyst saying that the coach of the team that he was supposed to go to was driving around downtown Dallas looking for his phone number. I remember this is like the biggest meme of all time.
What?
Like the owner, not the owner, not the coach, not the owner, Mark Cuban or something. So the owner of the team. And I just was like, yo, what? Like, how do you even know that?
Crazy.
How do you even know that? So, frantically, the sponsors are frantically looking for Magnus's number. I don't know. We've got Hikaru's game on the board here.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for an official update. I'm also just refreshing the Twitter sphere in case there will be an official tweet about it. But from what you guys are saying in the chat, it does seem that there was a technical issue and the game will resume. But we don't have an official confirmation on that just yet. Anyway,
I figured that with you've got some Spanish roots. Maybe you watch the Gasol brothers dominate on the Olympic level. Spain's got a really good basketball team, actually.
I know, and I'm a fan of Real Madrid, mainly in football, but also of course I gotta support their basketball team. I didn't know about this story. It is hilarious about the phone number, and maybe something like that is happening in the chat. Guys, are you trolling us? No, I do think that since most of you are saying that it's a technical issue and the game will resume, we will be patiently waiting for that game to resume. And in the meantime, we do have the fourth and final game between Hikaru Nakamura and Daniil Dubov. It could be the final game. If Hikaru scores either a draw or a win, he claims today's match.
Yeah, and once again, this is a very strange position already from the opening. Another Sicilian that's kind of gone off beat. My air conditioner is super excited, making absurd noises that I've never heard it make before. That's one of the things about living in New York City. You never know what noise will come out of your device at any given moment. Today, the air conditioner sounds like a buzzsaw. So,
must be very pleasant.
It's horrible. I'm not gonna lie to you. But on move 10, when Hikaru played Queen D1, that move does not get played. That is very rare. And
I've seen a lot of novelties, semi-novelties, new territories in the match between Nakamura and Dubov. I'm really happy for that. This is exciting.
Yeah, and now they're following just one game, which is kind of still surprising. There is one game, but they're following. Yeah. You might recognize one of these players, Georgian Grandmaster Giga Kuparadze.
Yes, I do know him.
That is a Georgian, I believe, GM, very good player in Blitz, plays a lot of Title Tuesday. I don't know if they were a player on the... I think they were! On the Tbilisi Gentlemen Pro Chess League? I think so.
I think so, yes, yeah. I'm very bad with, like, recalling facts when it comes to who were on the team, but I do think you are right that he played for the Tbilisi Gentlemen in the Pro Chess League.
And his name is Giga, which is, like, amazing. like he must have a sibling named, like, Nano, or Tetra, or something, or... wait, Tetra is not a... Is it? Or is it Terra? Uh-oh.
You're asking a boomer. I have a boomer account on my channel. I have a boomer account on my channel. That's how good I am at IT skills.
It's Terra. It's Terra. It is not Tetra. Sorry, I was thinking of Moist Critical's dog named Tetra. True story, by the way. Follow Moist Critical on Instagram for updates about his life.
Oh, he's amazing. Charlie is brilliant, and definitely we need to know all pet names, all the PogChamps too. We need to make a list of all the pet names for this PogChamps as well.
Yeah. So it is Tetra. Oh, I thought Rook C4 took a pawn. It doesn't take a pawn. I like literally thought Rook C4 took something. He just played Rook C4. He just put his rook. It
felt like... I'm so used to just doing commentary in general, and that it would be on my stream that my board can be seen. So I started drawing arrows instantly when Rook C4 was played, but no one can see my board.
We could screen share it in the future, but yeah, you just tell me.
You're doing well. You're doing well, Levy, handling the mouse. I prefer.
It's only difficult for me to keep up with Hikaru because I never know when he's gonna rattle off like 7 or 8 moves, and then I just have to try to keep up. And then if anything, I have to not respond with yeah at the end. You know, he gives the variation. He's like, "What do you think?" I'm like, you made a lot of moves. I agree with you. Oh.
So Black has eventually doubled rooks into c5 and now wants to go for b5. Build b4 I was gonna say, but that's not coming just yet. a3, make sure that b4 is not coming just yet. Not just the knight covering it, but also the pawn.
Yeah, he's playing c3, a3 to control the b5 pawn from coming forward, and also the rook on c4 just can't move. That is another byproduct of all this. Dubov can't really create too much counterplay. Also, both players have used like no time at all. So
that is insane. Feels like it's still preparation, but at this point, I agree with you that it looks like a very nice, comfortable position for white. Not that much of an advantage, but still a very pleasant position with zero risk. It feels like it's a zero risk position, just slightly better for white, which is exactly what Hikaru needs. He is leading with a point. He doesn't need to win this game. It's only Dubov who is in a must-win situation.
Yeah, he is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut the hype there completely. Folks letting me know that apparently on Twitter, Magnus's game will resume. Okay, it is what it is. But whenever I see that game, I will pull it up and we will watch it. But for now, we are watching Hikaru do his thing, and Daniil Dubov has played h5 for seemingly no reason at all, just to prevent g4, I suppose. He did not want Hikaru to play g4 himself. h5 is the #1 engine move. Okay.
Yeah, it's also typical sometimes for maneuvers with that involve a bishop trade on h6. So in a lot of the accelerated dragon positions, moves like queen to the back rank and queen f8, bishop h6 can be typical, but I don't know if that works here. It feels a bit slow.
The game is up, so I will pull it up.
So they are continuing the game between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren. I'm guessing with the time situation that they had before he lost on time. I mean, technical issue, and that made Magnus lose on time. That's what we saw.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, Bishop g5 has been played by Hikaru, and well, I was just gonna read this out loud. The official word on the game is that something happened in Ding Liren Carlsen. We're expecting the game to resume shortly. Well, I would love to know. I would love to know what that means, but I do suppose that is a genuine look. It's easy to make jokes, but on a serious note, if there was a server malfunction, you want it to be resolved fairly and correctly, and that's what's happening. So we shouldn't make silly assumptions. Just like when Nepo was leaving his chair last event, and everybody was saying that, you know, it's not, it's jokes, but it's also not cool to say things like, you know, he's cheating, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and they are allowed to go to the bathroom. So just to clarify, they can go to the bathroom.
Yes. So
we'll wait then for the game to resume, of course. And in the meantime, Hikaru's final game possibly. This is the 4th rapid game, and once again, Daniil Dubov is in a must-win situation. The match will only continue today. The first set will only continue if Dubov ties the score, but he has to win.
Yes, he actually has to win, so Hikaru can play low risk. And then, well, life goes on. Like, life goes on, and we win the match if we make a draw after a crazy first round. And I'm assuming Hikaru will also join us. Like, first of all, he'll talk to us about the games, but I'm also assuming that he will just hang out and talk about the remainder of the match. So that will be fun.
Yeah, that will be amazing. So guys, stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for that. And let's hope that in this game, it does seem to be really a great situation to be in, a great position to be in when you are leading with a point. I have the white pieces in this game, which is better. Not that much of a deal, but you're the one who can play for a win, if anyone.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to be in that position. When you know your opponent, it's not just about playing the best moves, it's actually that you know your opponent has to win the game. I guess the only other comparison is, I'm not even sure you can make the comparison to tennis, because in tennis, if like you have to win the last set, you don't change anything, right? Like you just play. Yeah. I don't know. I don't play tennis. I just watch it. But I would assume that the player they play. They don't try to be more aggressive, or I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not that big of an expert to know if they can change that much, but you're right that in chess, you can and probably should change your playing style when you're in a situation that you lose the match if you don't win this one with the black pieces. So he has to take more risks, even if it will be very dubious. He will probably go for it because that's his one chance.
I guess the only analogy that I can make safely is to something like, make these comparisons a lot, but like mixed martial arts, because actually mixed martial arts is strange in the sense that you don't know whether or not you are winning a fight or whether or not you are winning, which is so weird. Like, that's just so weird. And so, you know, you go into a last round, you just have to be like, well, I think I'm up, or maybe I think I'm down, so I gotta be more aggressive. So, but here you know very well whether you're winning or losing in chess. And so you have to change it up that way. Anyway, shout out to my...
F6, sorry, I was cutting you there, Levy.
No,
shout out to...
Derek Lewis, my man Derek Lewis, for his win yesterday. That's all.
That was important. I shouldn't have cut you there. I was just catching this last move of Dubov, bishop to f6 logical because the e7 pawn was pretty much hanging, and the g5 bishop is standing well in general. So if bishop takes, with which piece would you take back on us?
Oh man, I have a choice. I kind of like pawn, even though it looks kind of stupid, but that's sort of my playing style. All right.
I was gonna say pawn doesn't look bad for this situation because the e7 pawn is always a target.
I don't know which game to choose, but I know that Ding and Carlsen have resumed their game. So I guess we hang out here for a bit because both of them are really low on time. Maybe that's what we do. Carlsen did ultimately play rook dh8. The craziest thing about the server having a problem is that players get more time to look at the board, right?
Yeah.
That's what's weird about it. Mm-hmm. That's what, and then that's where everybody starts debating what are the, ethical constraints or restraint or whatever. So
yeah,
it's
at the
strange.
same time, it's not the player's fault. So they were thrown into this situation, and it's the same for both of them. They both got to think more. I do understand how this is a controversial topic when it comes to that maybe he only had a few seconds and now he has been thinking for a few minutes. Also, are the clock situations right in that game, by the way? I see Ding Liren down to a minute and Magnus over 2 minutes, because that's not how we thought the times were.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, there's multiple feeds and I'm pulling them up. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Ding Liren did famously disconnect against Magnus, against Giri. Every time the Ding is disconnected, I think that he has lost, except maybe with the exception of one. There was an Alireza disconnect, and now you have Magnus, and the game goes on. So I don't know what goes into all that. I don't even think that the time situation is resolved, as you said. Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
But
I really thought that Ding had a couple of extra minutes, and now it's just both of them down to a minute. We'll see if the times are updated correctly, if this is the correct time situation. But the position has changed a lot. They have traded queen since, so it's not that scary of an attack as it was before, and White still has an extra piece.
Yeah, White does have an extra piece. Let's not forget about that. That knight is back. Magnus Carlsen could very well lose this game, and it won't even be a time situation. Then no one will talk, right? Because then, well,
yeah.
But oh my gosh, Anna, can you imagine if Magnus wins this game?
Yeah. Well,
I'm gonna go on Twitter and see what's gonna happen. That's what that's all I have to say. I'm gonna go on Twitter.
First of all, kudos to Ding Liren for defending that position, because I thought that after the piece sacrifice of Magnus, it looked hella scary on the king side. I don't know how he managed to trade queens and get out of the attack, but he did. So well done by the Chinese Grandmaster surviving that really difficult position with the attack on the king side. And now it's, I believe, two possible results. Either White wins or it's going to be a draw, in best case for Magnus.
Yeah, and I'm also being informed that we have flipped clocks.
Really?
Yes.
So, Ding Liren's time situation is actually Magnus's.
Yeah, somehow it's Ding who's thinking, but the clock is running on the other side. This is beautiful. What a day. What a day.
Wow. Wow.
Is this correct? No, this is wrong. We have a ton of feeds, so I think that the feed is backwards. Incredible.
Well, we better not trust the clock in that case, but the position seems to be, once again, White is out of danger. White has managed to defend the position, then trade queens, and now it's still an extra piece for White. Yes, Black does have a few pawns for it and is trying to trade now everything on the king side, but this is a good winning chance for Ding Liren, and that will be then a point advantage in their mini-match.
Yeah, Ding Liren up 2-1 against Magnus with a disconnect from Magnus Carlsen. I don't really know.
Was it a disconnect, or we don't? Do we know what happened exactly?
I don't know. And by the way, if I change boards, I get different time situations. Anyway, I have no idea what's happening. This is sort of what happens when games crash and you reboot on the fly. Magnus has played his move. That's Ding Liren's clock. that clock that's ticking, that's Ding Liren's clock. And I don't really know what to say. I really hope they don't play into a draw here with King G2 and some sort of stupid repetition. Like, that would really kill my fun. But actually, I don't know. Maybe that will happen.
Can he do anything else? Let's see.
Okay, apparently this... Okay, F5 played, and now Ding Liren is completely winning. The clocks are wrong, but the position's right. It's completely winning. Why is it completely winning?
So if Black had tried to give... if Black had tried to go for the 3-fold repetition, I'm guessing the king can go to the H5, king to H3? Was that the move, or what? What was the
Yeah,
solution?
I think you're right. I think you're right. Just king H3 and rook G1. And how how does Black stop rook G1? Rook G1 just trading everything. It looks over. Magnus has 10 seconds.
It's so funny because rook G3 check seems to be dangerous.
It's 95 bishop E5. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, taken 95. Just take rook E2 95. That's it. It's over.
It is. What a turn of events.
Boom. That's it.
Takes and knight E5. This is game over.
Can Ding Liren get 2 points for this win? Because he won twice. Like, let's be fair, right? Let's keep it real. Wait, Ding's got 5 seconds. And he plays 95, and there goes the advantage. What?
Okay, we celebrated too early. The tactical motive.
He blundered perpetual.
Now it's a draw. With a rook up, but he cannot step out of it because king h5, then g6, king h6, rook h4 is checkmate. So white cannot prevent the 3-fold repetition.
Yeah, he must have blundered that if he walks the king forward, it's just a draw. I mean, well, excuse me, if he walks the king forward, it's mate. But if he goes back to h2, then there is rook e3 and rook e2, and you lose all your pieces. Oh my goodness. One move he had to play before he played 95.
This is crazy. To be fair with the players, but they are both in time trouble, and this has been just a thriller also in terms of like what's going on, psychology, who is losing the game, technical issues. But yeah.
I don't feel so good for Mr. Ding Liren.
Missed chance, absolutely missed chance.
Missed chance. I mean, I'd be pissed. I don't know about you. I'd be like, what? I mean, that is wow. Okay, a draw. It's our first draw. It was the least deserving draw that we had.
Yeah, that was crazy. If we can just show it one more time, real quick, what he missed. In case you guys didn't catch it, he had a winning move, and Levy was calling it out. It's a simple tactical motive. He just missed this idea with the checks on the g5. So if he had taken on f4 first, and then knight e5, that's winning. And if rook takes e2, then knight e5 still. This is winning no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know what he missed, because if rook f4, there is just knight e5, as you said, with the check, and then you pick up... Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Because if knight e5 with rook f4, there's rook takes knight, and then there's 2 hanging rooks. So maybe he thought that rook f4 was... But you... Okay, g6 first of all. I think g6. It's g6. Because...
I see. Okay, then it wasn't as simple as it seemed.
And if you take, then this. And if you go here, then take knight g5. Maybe that's what he missed.
Okay, it was more complex than what it seemed. But in any case, a big miss by the Chinese Grandmaster. The result is a draw. Big miss in a sense that in the end he was winning, and also we don't know what happened with the technical issue. But to be fair with Magnus, his piece sacrifice was really impressive, and he had an advantage with the piece down with that kingside attack. So I think both players must be feeling just like they did miss their chances, both of them.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean Magnus was completely winning.
Yeah,
like Magnus was just actually completely winning. If he had played g5 and then found everything, but then, yeah, not much to say. So Hikaru, in the meantime, has played f4. I'm gonna keep the game up on the screen. Anna, can I have you hold it down while I use the restroom?
Yes,
just
definitely,
give me a few minutes.
Definitely.
Okay.
Absolutely, bathroom breaks are important. bishop takes f6, I'm not gonna be drawing in the position, but yeah, I'm still in shock. By the way, from that Ding Liren Magnus Carlsen encounter, but in terms of the technical issues, so we are not sure what happened exactly. But apart from the fact that what some of you guys are mentioning, oh, they had more time to think about the position, it's also really frustrating when something like that happens. I don't think Magnus was celebrating his extra few minutes that he could use for thinking. And if he spoiled a winning position, that could also be because he got out of his focus. You are so focused on the game when you are playing it, but then something like that happens, a technical issue, and you don't know what's going on. You need to talk to the arbiter. 5 minutes later, your game is back, and you are out of your zone. So I do think that could have been a distraction for both players, and it's very difficult to get back into the game fully after anything like that. So we'll hear more about what happened exactly, but what we do know for now is that the game ended in a draw, and they will play their fourth and final rapid game. We'll see. Fourth rapid game coming up between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren. The result is a tie so far, and if it's gonna be a tie after 4 rapid games, then we'll see 2 blitz games. Now for Hikaru, he does have a point lead. He only needs a draw in this position to win today's set, to win today's mini match, and I think he has a great position for that. So this is roughly equal. You can see according to the evaluation bar, white does have more space, and the bishop versus the knight. Usually when there are pawns on both flanks, in general, you would tend to prefer the bishop because it's a long range piece, so you can use it on both flanks faster. It can transfer to the opposite flank faster, but the knights are very useful on outposts. So if black can create a stronghold, an outpost for his knight, that can be, of course, compensating for the long range feature of the bishop. As for this position, after rook b8, of course black has to be trying, but it's so difficult to try. He can't really go for a5, b4. White has 3 pieces guarding the b4 square. I don't think that is a plan here. He can try to play with king f8, rook e8 to trade rooks on the e file, but then again, remember that Dubov is in a must-win situation, so he cannot just go for simplifications and a solid endgame position. He has to try to win this. Welcome back, Levy.
I saw people were saying I got food from the restroom. Yeah, actually, my New York is tough, right? I don't have a lot of space, so my bathroom, kitchen, my living room, all of it is like a very, very small little square. Was just separated by little. No, I'm joking. I had food there. Oh, yeah, I had food on the table.
Totally approved. I was just saying earlier about the Magnus Ding Liren game that, yeah, they both had a few extra minutes to think, but I think both must have been really distracted too by whatever happened, and just having to talk to the arbiters. You get out of your zone, you lose your focus. So I do think that if Magnus spoiled his advantage, it could partially be the fact that that whatever happened, it distracted him. He lost his focus and got out of the zone, and it's very difficult to get back into the game fully after something happening that's outside the game. But in any case, Hikaru's endgame, I think black does have some minimum chances,
yes,
but very minimum for trying to play this for a win. What do you think, Levy?
Yeah, I would completely agree. The weakness on b5, rook b4, a4, all these things looks very difficult, actually. They say that the bishop is better than the knight in the endgame. This is kind of an example of why. Just such a long-range power. Here, only d5 is under attack. I don't know. I don't know why the engine is preferring this for black. Mm-hmm. Okay, actually, as he played his move, the engine really... So I guess it's rook e7. What's the idea? Is it rook e3? I mean, that's the only square, right? So, oh, someone in chat is saying go for g3. All right, that's very deep. I didn't even see that, so we should invite Livershi to do commentary with us. I don't understand. What if I just play king g2? How are you ever winning my pawn? Knight e4, rook d3? I don't... Okay. I don't know, Anna. I don't believe in rook e7, rook e3, but I do believe in playing too solidly when you need a draw.
Really? Oh, you mean when you need a draw? I was like, I thought that the twist was gonna be, you do believe in playing solidly when you need a win. And that was gonna be a shocker.
No, you get what I'm saying. Like, you could play too solid and it can come back to hurt, and that's wow.
True.
Here it is, rookie 3 on the board. We've got Chad is as strong as Dubov. You love to see it.
Rook to e3, pawn is hanging, but as Levy said, white can play king to g2 and say that the pawn is protected. You can't really put more pressure on that pawn, because if knight e4, I'm thinking, wait, what's going on? Really, it doesn't look good, but will we just play rook to d3 to protect the pawn?
Yeah, I think so. If rook t3 takes knight d5, this endgame is very dangerous for black. Bishop versus knight. This is like in its purest form, because white has these 3 pawns. So, I would imagine that rook d3 is the move, and if rook d3 is played... Oh no, apparently rook d3 is really bad because black plays rook e1. Okay. Anna, I don't know. I'm gonna take a bite of my breakfast wrap.
Aww. Enjoy your breakfast wrap. For me, it's gonna be soon dinner time, and the alarm is sounding outside. I hope that the microphone is not picking it up, but yeah.
Really? I don't hear anything. Alarm for what?
It's the car. I don't know what happened. I
thought...
ask Kevin if everything is okay, or are we being robbed in this very moment?
Well, can they like wait until we're done with the round, please? Like,
yeah, have some courtesy, please. Don't rob us just now.
I mean, come on. Mid-show, like, Jesus, have some respect.
At least it's not the smoke alarm like for Alex when Andrea is cooking.
Yeah. That was hilarious. I remember seeing that live. Okay, Magnus versus Ding. Game 4 is in, but it has not started. Keep this right here.
We will, but if you don't mind, I will also sneak out for a bathroom break. I'm feeling like if I don't go now, we will be down to the final minute, and I'm gonna miss the action. I'll be back in a second.
All right, you got it.
I'm gonna mute myself just so that I don't keep the alarm. But if you guys can't hear it, it's better. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Yeah, this is this is difficult because I was informed that when I came back that Anna did such a good job soloing that I should just remove myself from the broadcast team entirely, which is fine. I wasn't, my feelings weren't hurt too much. It's nothing that I didn't already know about myself, but well, we're very, very close to seeing Hikaru win the first mini match today. That is what I can say about it. We're very close. He's got to stabilize after knight e4, which attacks the g3 pawn. Where's my boy? Yo, wait. Can we just get Livershi? Where's Livershi? Then we play this, and then now the difference is that we have rook f3, which covers. I don't know. What is this? Oh, bishop d3. I think, and also this is. I don't know. I'm gonna stop pretending like I understand why the computer is saying certain things, but this I do understand. Pinned piece to an enemy piece. You play a move, that pawn can't take because you would take the rook, and you are threatening to take on b5. Guys, this is looking great. No, I'm hyping up Livershi. Livershi is an exceptionally strong player. A4. We're real close. If black doesn't play knight e4, we just take this pawn. We're up a pawn. That's it. That's it. Like, okay, he's played it. We could still take and allow this check, because apparently this is really bad for black. This is hanging, then that's hanging. So black plays rook e3, we take on a6, GG yo! And there you go. All right, I have received some coaching in my chat that we should share mouse responsibilities using TeamViewer. I would be incredibly impressed if you can run OBS, TeamViewer, multiple chess.com windows, and have several chats open. That is interesting advice. I will incorporate it for sure. The other idea is rather than even taking on b5, you just play rook d3 entirely. avoiding this capture, and if this trade happens, you're very happy. And if rook e1, then again, is it going to be this engine thing? Yeah, the engine wants to put the rook here and move this bishop out. Okay, but Hikaru just takes on b5. He's easy. He's easy. He's yeah. Okay, now rook d3. Or do you take? Is taking too dangerous? Okay, according to Mr. Beep Beep Boop, this is apparently very good for black. These pawns are too slow, and black is somehow faster. So, all right, Hikaru, I want to see rook d3, rook f3. Let me see it. Let me see it, dear warlord. I would barely struggle to say words there. Rook d3, rook f3. We gotta do it. We gotta do it for the fans. How many of us are here? I had the window open, but I went to Twitter, so I don't even know. What is it? Where are we at? Like 30,000 viewers? 50,000 viewers? 100,000 viewers? All of those numbers put together? This is the highest viewed Twitch stream of all time, surpassing Drake and Ninja. Now, you guys are really providing the energy. This is day one. There is a chance that this tournament runs from now until August the 21st. Or 20th. 20th. Format, let me remind you. The format of the event. The players play 4 games, semifinals, in a final. The semifinals are all best of 5, which means first to 3 matches wins. And the final is 7 games. And in the final, it's just going to be 2 players. There is no match for 3rd and 4th. Those players do get their show money of $40,000. I think I just saw Anna turn.
Hello. I forgot I was muted and I started talking straight away. If I have missed anything, Levy, update me, please.
No. Just a capture on b5 and Dubov going for the g3 pawn. Hikaru's got to find rook d... Okay, he plays bishop d3. Okay, interesting. So rook g3 is bad, I think, right? Or what if knight g3? Does he want king f2, rook e8, bishop b5? Is that the idea? Okay.
I'm very confused. I thought rook d3 was his plan all along, but now he's giving up the g3 pawn because of tactical motives. Let's try to calculate this.
Yeah, I guess he's in no danger on e2 because of his bishop. So he plays like bishop d3, but it looks a little scary because black does get the outside pass pawn with something like h4. So this is...
So both rook takes g3 and knight takes g3 need to be calculated here. Dubov still has a bit more time than Hikaru to consider those options.
Yeah. This is... And again, rook takes g3, taking a pawn with a check looks nice. But if the only follow-up is to just give away this rook and put this knight on... Wait, isn't this knight, like, stuck?
Oh, that is the idea. Could be the case, but this is not that simple. I do trust Hikaru's tactical skills, of course, but Daniil Dubov is not scared of anyone, and he's also extremely good at the tactical ideas and dynamic play. So,
yes, he is.
I thought that this was quite a solid endgame where black has some minuscule chances, but now it's becoming sharp. As sharp as this can get, of course, but...
Yeah. Whoops, I have to change the names. Hikaru is not playing 2 separate games. That is Magnus. I've put Carlsen, I've put Magnus versus Ding. Go. And it looks like some sort of Berlin. So maybe they will go to blitz. Maybe they will go to blitz.
Yeah, that's just such a solid position. It's a bit difficult to imagine anything other than that, but we'll see. We'll see if Magnus will try with the white pieces, or he already has the blitz in mind. I would be curious to see if that's what he thinks.
Whoa, c4 from Hikaru, not taking but wanting to arrive with a pawn there. h4, cb5, the engine ever so slightly tilting in black's favor, but the best move here after h4 is to bring the knight back to h5, apparently, where the pawn used to be. That's not even an attack on the pawn.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand. whatever. I don't understand. I don't get it.
So Hikaru is claiming that it's okay to give up the G pawn and create an H pass pawn for black because he has his own pass pawn on the queen side, the B pawn. Knight to H5. Now black is ready to either give checks or push the pawn. King to F2 to try to push the rook away is logical. Yeah, where does black go with that rook? Because you would like to keep it on the third rank, but there aren't too many squares and you don't really want to place it in front of your pawn, of your passed pawn, do you?
I don't think so. If rook B8, then B6, and then B7, and then B8, and then...
Oh, just when I said that I don't think black wants to place the rook in front of the pawn, he did play it, so that's just me predicting, again, a great move. In terms of concrete lines, though, it does make sense that rook h2 is a threat here.
Yeah, rook h2 for sure is a problem. But what I don't understand is if I just play b6, what are you gonna do?
You'll say that the b passed pawn is so strong that black can only use one rook and the knight on the king side. You'll never be able to bring the other rook into the game because you need to be taking control of the b passed pawn. And also, like, if white pushes b6, b7, and then plays rook c1, we are playing for a win here. We are playing for a win in the end.
Yes, we are. All right, let's see some moves. Okay, knight f6 is smart. It has two reasons. First of all, it gets the knight back into doing something. Hits d5, knight g4 check, knight d7, all different ideas. Hikaru has to now play the move bishop e2, apparently. Rook defends the pawn, and knight g4 is stopped by the bishop. We do have obviously some, developing stories, dramas with this Magnus server thing. Jan Nepomniachtchi chimed in on Twitter, was like,
oh,
it's ironic that every single person has disconnected, has received a forfeit. This one was a server issue and the game was restarted. Use the hashtag. You could use that. If you tweet, you gotta use that hashtag. That's on a screen. But Impact Chess. So, get your daily dose of chess Twitter drama. Hikaru has played bishop e2, finding all the precise moves here. All the precise moves.
Yeah, I'm curious what was actually going on. What will be the official statement of what happened to the server? If there will be more updates on that. But as of now, we don't have much information. We only know the opinion of the internet, and that's gonna be, of course, mixed up with with the pros and cons, of course. I do think that as for Magnus, I don't think he wanted any of this. I don't think that he liked the situation. I don't think he was happy with the distraction that the game had to resume after that. But it's still better than losing on time. I don't know what happened there. We have no more information. Levy, update me on the game though. Update me on Hikaru's game.
No update on the Hikaru game. Magnus and Ding drew already.
Oh, wow, what a beautiful final position. Oh,
yeah.
Symmetrical with the pawn almost.
This is so... I think black is better because black's king is more active. That's really something. Okay, well, I mean, I don't have anything to say. They go to blitz. And we'll see what happens. Start a blitz game in 15 minutes.
Now, if Hikaru scores, that is, if he draws or wins the game, then he will be winning his match of today, and then he'll be joining us for the rest of the action and to cover the blitz games between Magnus and Ding Liren. That would be a feat, but first he needs to make sure that he scores, because now the B pawn is falling.
Yeah, the B pawn is falling. What happened here? Well, I guess he's gonna try to win the D6 pawn. No, I mean, everything seemed pretty forced and straightforward. Like, wait, so if you take on B7... Oh, B4! The knight is trapped! Wait, what? Am I missing something? B4, rook H3...
Yeah, B4, you're right. Yeah, Hikaru's just played it.
King G4, rook B3, bishop A6, rook B4... First of all, there's rook B8 in that position, but can't you just take and take on H4? Isn't that just a draw? Or am I wrong? I might be wrong. You also have rook d8. I don't know. So rook h3 played. I'm assuming you have to play king g4. Sorry, I have to give my Hikaru impression while Hikaru plays. You know, king g2. Okay, he goes back. Back is fine, I think.
So, if now black plays rook to b3 to want to capture the pawn when the knight is attacked, what will white do?
And yeah, well, chat is saying that the supercomputer is apparently claiming that this is winning for black. It has calculated the endgame, and it is apparently winning for black. I don't understand how it's winning for black. Essentially, what white is going to try to do, as white is down a pawn, is simplify this into a drawn endgame. That's going to happen. But it is probably, it is very. I don't know. Is it just losing?
Well, now once again the other b pawn is falling. He first took the b7 pawn and now the b4 pawn, because rook takes b4, rook b8, pin. What's the? Oh wait, then if rook b2 check.
King h1.
Yeah, because if the king comes to the third rank, then we have rook b3 check knight to c5, getting out of the pin. So rook b2 check king h1.
Maybe rook b6. Oh, and white can't move.
Wow.
White can't move. If you move the rook, you lose the bishop, and if you move the wow.
This is so instructive because the rook comes back to b3, cuts the white king, so white cannot activate the king, and the rook is doomed to the defense of the b7 bishop, which cannot be moved due to the pin.
Yeah, I mean, it's now the winning plan for black is, what is the winning plan for black actually? Like, what if white just plays king g2, king h2?
I would assume that as black you will try to bring your king in with king f6, king f5,
but then bishop c8.
You're right that I cannot move to f5. That's very important. So king to f6, I can play it, but then there's no stepping to any light squares because of the check and losing the rook on the b file. You're right. Then how can we improve?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. If I just play king h2, king g2, king h2, king g2, probably it has to do with maybe f6, g5. That's probably it. It's probably just f6, g5.
Also, wait a second. Can't I get you into some kind of a Zugzwang position where when I push h3, I'm taking away the g2 square, and if you have to go to the back rank with the king, I'm gonna play rook to b2 and cut you through the second rank and create a Zugzwang position wherein eventually I will also push my pawn to h2, doom your king into the corner, and all your pieces are tied down.
Oh my gosh, you're just gonna use the rook as a barrier. That is crazy, and I just run out of moves. That's it. Something like this. What? That is crazy. So now he's gonna play h3. That is wild. I mean, you can what a game. You can win a game the way we won the last two games. Absolutely crazy. Yeah. Checkmating, winning a very, very decisive and conclusive game. And then he just strikes back. I mean, Dubov is... I don't know if this was a mischance. I mean, Dubov played a good game of chess. Like, he kept enough pieces on the board, kept up the pressure, and we got here, and he just finds this incredible idea. Just finds this absolutely incredible idea, and... Yeah.
I'm just also thinking, where did it go wrong for Hikaru? Because, yes, black had some pressure. Maybe when he gave up the g3 pawn to create a b pass pawn, but it was still so complex. So he could have played there rook d3 instead of bishop to d3. But it didn't feel like it was a big mistake, if it was a mistake at all. Maybe he just took a bit more risk than what the position required, but black did have pressure at that stage already.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was supposed to have the bracket up, guys. It's 2-2 and Ding Carlsen. They will be starting very soon. This one, rook b3, black pushes the g and the f pawns, and even though white has a pass pawn himself, you're not going to get anywhere, because what's going to happen is I'm going to put the rook right behind the pawn, and there's no rook move you can make with anything. I'll just take your pawn. So we might have time for an actual, like, break, which we haven't had yet, but we will see.
This is such a hard break for Hikaru, though. I mean, there's still... Well, it's rook endgame, I was gonna say. Dubov can still go wrong, but it does seem that Daniil Dubov has done what we thought was almost impossible to fight back from the position he had. So it's not that we don't believe in Dubov playing for a win with the black pieces, but his position was super solid. White had space advantage and a very comfortable position. And from that middle game, Daniil Dubov managed to create chances against Hikaru in a must-win situation for Daniil. Very impressive that he actually found real chances to fight for the full point when he had to.
Yeah, there's not much more to say. He's like coming back from a spot where it looked like it was more or less that was it. Like you need to make a draw, and he created chances with just 2 rooks and a knight.
Yeah,
2 rooks and a bishop, but he does only have 15 seconds. Hold on. Somehow, we're still here.
Yeah, we are still in the game, and he's going down to 20 seconds. Only the increment is keeping this game going. So, but
hold on.
After king f6, well, now he's about to take the d5 pawn, and that's just too much of a winning position. Or do you see any practical chances, Levy?
No, I think it's... Oh, and it is official. It is official. Yeah, Hikaru resigns. It's 2-2 in both matches. Yeah, I just saw we took a chat poll there for whether or not we get a break. Well, okay, maybe we just talk about life and we eat some food. That's also fine. I can take a quick, Did you bring food to the stream?
I have some chocolate always. Yes, I didn't know if I was gonna be allowed to consume chocolate on your channel, Levy, because I assumed that Hikaru's I can eat chocolate, but I wasn't sure if you are okay with me eating chocolate on your channel.
I love, of course. What? I've met people who are allergic to chocolate, which is just a curse from God. I mean,
I'm a chocoholic. I have a chocolate remote. I have snack breaks on my stream, which means I am eating on stream. I'm not going anywhere. I'm eating on stream. I'm expecting my viewers to bring food, and we have snack breaks together on stream. So I do encourage people to eat, hydrate, eat. Make sure you take care of yourself. And we are here for 2 more blitz games in both matches. Daniil Dubov tied the score. All 4 games, decisive results between Nakamura and Dubov. While in the Carlsen-Ding match, the final 2 were draws, but also super exciting that game 3, with all the controversy, with the technical issues. And the blitz games will be 5 minute plus 3 second increment. 2 games. If there's no result after the 2 games in terms of the match, we're gonna see an Armageddon.
Armageddon, or as we say on this channel, Anna, Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Armageddon, correct.
Armageddon.
Yes.
Armageddon. I need
Yes.
to learn. I need to learn Armageddon.
You need to learn to mispronounce words, correct?
Armageddon.
Correct.
I'm getting there. Armageddon. We are all juicers.
Yes, we're all juicers. Is it very nice? There we go.
I need to learn more about the basketball references. I realized that I've done my research in terms of the chess background of the event, but not the NBA. So I feel a little underprepared.
Oh, it's I think we'll catch you up. It's not too difficult. It's not like cramming for an important exam. There is one game I see already booted up. I'm assuming a move will be made. Again, let's remind everybody of the format. They now play 2 blitz games, one with white, one with black. Format is 5 minutes per player, 3 seconds of bonus time. Okay? And if there is no winner after 2 games, So it's not 1-to-1, it's 1.5 or whatever. Oh, sorry, if it is 1-to-1, then they play the Armageddon game.
Armageddon.
The next thing you have to do, Anna, is say it with a straight face. Yeah, and then they go to Armageddon.
Armageddon. They'll go to Armageddon, and in Armageddon, it is Magnus Carlsen in the Carlsen-Ding match. If it comes to Armageddon, the world champion has the right to choose the color for the Armageddon because he won 3 of the events of the Magnus Carlsen chess tour, so he's leading in terms of the ranking. And as for Nakamura Dubov, their Dubov is the one who won Lindorus Abbey, so he is higher ranked for the event, and the higher ranked player gets to choose the color for the matches. So Dubov chose the color for their first game in the match against Nakamura, and he has the right to choose in an Armageddon.
Yes.
Did I do that well?
It was pretty good. I will consider that as a yes. Test has been passed.
I hope that I can return to this channel in the future.
Oh no, for sure. Well, not to spoil any surprises, but you quite literally will be back in 2 days. So, yeah, we were thinking to, when we had a long enough break, to like play some odds games or something fun. But we will have games in a few minutes. It seems. So
we do have games. Well, we also want to know about your thoughts, guys. How did you see the previous 4 games? Because we are reading the chat on both Levy's channel and Hikaru's channel. Shout out to all of you tuning in. Over 16,000 of you watching on Hikaru's channel, and almost 2,000 of you on Levy's channel. Thank you so much for tuning in to the first day of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour Finals. This is the top 4 players of the entire tour. 4 events combined. The best 4 are here, and we really appreciate you are here watching the event together with us.
And I'm gonna give some other shout outs. First of all, to my co-host, Anna.
Thank
Anna
you.
_chess.
Very
You see I was just confirming that the username is there, but we almost got you to 31,000 followers. So listen,
I know,
we've got...
it's crazy. Thank you so much, everybody. I started the show saying to Levy that I'm just like this real small channel. I'm trying to get to 30k. I had 29.5 before the stream, and now it's almost 31k followers. Thank you so much to all of you who are supporting my content too. I really appreciate it.
And I'm feeling super humble as well, because my view count is almost at my rating finally.
Aww.
And I'm approaching that big 2k. I'll get there soon one day. I definitely feel like I'm well on my way to 2,000, but gonna keep on working, and then soon I'll be there.
Really good job, Levy. Really good job. And I also saw a reminder, it's not only about my follower number, but also Levy wants to catch up with Chiyu. And I saw some great suggestions in the chat from your followers that all they need to do is unfollow poor Chiyu.
Oh,
so don't do that.
I mean.
Unless Levy is encouraging it.
Listen. Anna's the one that said it out loud. It wasn't me. See, I knew Anna also had a sense of humor. So
a few times I pick up on something funny. This I thought was funny.
Definitely. I definitely. And then, well, the problem is that anytime you talk about some other subject, if you don't just keep it directly to the position, you'll always get a hot take. And I remember when we first said that we were having a competition, some guy wrote like a paragraph. He wrote an essay about differences of the channels and why he prefers one side. And I'm just like, dude, we're a hot take free channel. So
yeah,
2 channels. Let's all enjoy. Let's have fun. Magnus Carlsen is again busting out some complete nonsense, and Ding Liren again plays h4, and again the knight is stuck on h5. What is this?
They really like this game. They want to do it again without any technical issues. I think they are just replaying the entire game, not have any technical issues, and play it full zone mode in. I hope we will not see the same though, because it looked like a disaster for Ding Liren.
Last time it was absolute chaos, but no game yet from Hikaru Dubov. The second it's up, we will put it on. We'll put it on the bottom. We'll put it on the bottom of the screen. We will have Hikaru up. And again, king f7. So Magnus does not want a castle. That's all.
He does not want to castle, and he still wants to give up that knight. Although now it still has a square on f4. But would it jump away in case it was attacked with a pawn push to g4?
I don't think that I want to play g4 right now. I think obviously...
I know. I think he learned his lesson from that game, not to win the piece, even if he could.
So now what the thing is, what is next for Magnus? That's the thing. Like, is it bishop d6? What is it? Knight b4 is cool, but it accomplishes nothing. You just can't take it, because your queen would be danger. But knight b4, the queen just moves, and now your knight just gotta go somewhere, so... if you play anything else with... Okay, he plays bishop d6. So, do you think Magnus will play g5 is my question?
I am tempted to say he will at some point, but I don't know if this is the right moment. He has played bishop to d6, which does improve the bishop position in terms of it is attacking now, together with the queen on the b8, h2 diagonal. And I still don't understand why Ding Liren wanted this position, unless, well, he's making some progress by not pushing the g pawn, but trying to bring the knight back into the game from b3.
He's improving his position very, very slowly, and then looking for e5 or f5. If he plays f5, then knight g5 is crushing, so don't do that. But if he also there is this possibility of playing the pawn to e5, but it's kind of the same problem because takes, knight g5. So okay, but what was so bad about rook e2? Oh, is e5 possible? What? e5 is possible now? I hate computers. I'm gonna take a bite of my wrap.
e5.
I'm done.
All right. So e5. If d takes, knight takes. Is that bishop takes or f takes? What is the final point of the computer in that position? Also,
it was trying to figure out what it liked and what it didn't like.
Yeah.
It was trying to okay, knight e7, now knight d3, knight f5.
I was gonna ask you about this. That what's wrong with a knight maneuver toward the f5 square, which seems way more human than opening up the position?
I don't know.
I like this a lot. I think the knight is doing a great job on f5. Once again, just telling white push g4 if you want to, if you dare to. It doesn't work ever in these positions, it seems. And then it means that there's more pressure on the h4 pawn. The knight is beautifully placed on f5. I really like this position for black, but maybe I'm getting biased here because of that previous game with g4.
Potentially. Dubov Hikaru is live. There's no moves, but the game is in. So the second that game begins, I'm gonna need y'all to let me know. So Ding playing very tentatively, and now Magnus has a chance to just play knight f4, and he's gonna be doing well.
And it's on the board. I do think that Magnus has a great chance here. He has taken the initiative. It does feel like black has been making constant progress with the last couple of moves, and white couldn't do the same. So that seems to be just the tendency in the final couple of moves. Black doing a good job taking now the initiative, and white couldn't really find the right way to improve their pieces.
Definitely, it's also just a weird game. It's like just oh, he doesn't take. I thought for a second that bishop takes f4 was black winning a piece, and then he didn't take it back. So now we get bishop back to d6. I'm assuming you stockpile the pressure, double the rooks, but I don't know. I like Magnus's position. His knight on f5 is very nice. Very nice piece.
Yeah. It feels like all the black pieces are ideally placed, and they're just waiting for the right moment to strike. While as for the white piece setup, it's more of a defensive setup, but I don't see a way in which white will actually create problems for black.
Neither do I, by the way. Neither do I. Because you can never play h5, you can never play g4, you can never play c4, you shouldn't play b4. So if you can't push any pawn in this position, What the hell are you gonna do?
Yeah, wait patiently for black to do something. Black will find ways in which to improve the position.
Yeah, It's Magnus, right? So, if anyone's gonna find a way to improve the position slowly and put some pressure, it's gonna be Magnus Carlsen. That's what we say.
Yeah.
Still no
He
moves.
also has more time. Let's just remind everybody that we are now in the blitz phase of the match. So it's 5 minute plus 3 second increment, and Magnus has a minute and a half almost as his advantage.
Yes, he does, and this is what Magnus does. He plays very fast, especially blitz. Very experienced blitz player. World Blitz champion, World Rapid champion. Got a lot of championships. Almost international fantasy football icon, and he just played King to E8. Maybe he thinks that he can castle again, or he's gonna play King D7, King C8.
He could slowly walk to the queen side if he wanted to, and then attack on the king side. But yeah, triple crown for Magnus Carlsen, as well as the former #1 spot in fantasy football. So he's got it all. He's got it all. And the king is walking. The king is walking to the queen side.
Oh, and so is Ding Liren. He's gonna play King H3, King G. No, he's not. He's not gonna play King H3, King G. But
has Hikaru's game started, by the way? Or I'll check if I see any moves, because at this rate I feel like their blitz game should be starting, but I don't see moves.
I also don't see moves. I going to realize that I had a recap command on my channel for the last tournament. So that tournament is over. We will turn on a new recap command whenever we have a recap ready for this one. But we can't get a recap in the middle of the day because we even have results. So nope, still nothing. And there it is, King C8, and apparently black has a better position. So the lesson here is to play King F7, King E8, King D7, King C8. That's the lesson.
I love it. This is so instructive. Just showing how white has no plan of making progress, that there's just no threat that white can create. Therefore, black has tons of time to even go for a king walk like this, place the king on the opposite side of the board, and then try to create an attack on the king side.
We have moves. Dubov and Hikaru. It's a Catalan. G3, Knight F3, Bishop G2. Here we go. DC4, Queen C2, A6. The classical Catalan main line. Anna, how much experience do you have with this?
I do play the open Catalan. I don't claim that makes me an expert, because I'm
okay. So
clearly
you're an
not
expert
a
in the open Catalan.
No, but I like these positions for both sides. I think they are interesting.
Yep.
It's an interesting dynamic imbalance once black takes on c4 and then pushes b5. So the pawn structure is different ideas here. Bishop takes f6 is one of the main ways in which white can play. Do you play these openings? I think you do, don't you?
I play into I definitely play into the Catalan with black. It's one of the big drawbacks of having this in your repertoire is you have to deal with the Catalan. But yes. Dubov plays this Bishop G5, Bishop takes F6, which looks so strange. Like,
yeah, it is a theme, but I also haven't seen it that straightforward. So usually it will come in like a few moves later, not immediately Bishop G5, Bishop F6. But it's a possible idea. This is what we've seen in this match. Both Nakamura and Dubov just try to get the game into new territories, or not so known territories, as soon as possible.
So, just to explain what this is all about, he wants to destabilize black center. I actually don't really know how he just destabilized black center, but that's what he was trying to do. Now Hikaru's just playing for c5. I mean, this looks extremely natural for black.
Yeah.
I don't like this for white at all. In fact, you could probably just play not c6, but c5 anyway, because you're running right into this, and I'll play a5 or knight e4, bishop e4, like...
Yeah, now I believe this is theory, pushing c5 there, so bishop e4 and c5 are the main moves for black. But yes, as you said, you can give up the pawn with c5, because there's plenty of play there. I wonder which one Hikaru will go for. Bishop e4, that's the main move. Queen c1, they're still playing a very theoretical line.
What is Dubov doing? This just looks terrible for white. I don't understand. Just c5, dc5, and a5. Or like, yeah, just go c5. What is Dubov doing? The bishop on e4 is so strong because the knight can't move. You take the bishop. White loses their only Catalan bishop. Okay, queen d5 also great. Let's do it. Fantastic.
Yeah, for queen d5, I see less games in the database. C5 is the main, as we mentioned, also after queen c1. But queen d5, I see no reason why not to play queen d5. Still about a dozen games for this position in the database. I really like these positions for black. Once you get this grip on the light squares with the bishop on e4 and the queen on d5, it's still, of course, not a simple position with either colors. But I think, wait a second, knight bd2. Or maybe it's fine, but
I also thought even c5 like now, because it's just such a step back. Or maybe he just wants to take on f3, because Dubov has to take back with the knight to defend d4, and now you play c5. And you can never be worse. I guess, like, I don't know. I don't know what I guess. It just seems like you can never be worse. So
yeah, the only thing at which things are worse is the time situation. Black has a minute and a half less, and this is a blitz game, so time will be an issue if Hikaru doesn't speed up. Not that he cannot speed up, he is a bullet king, ladies and gentlemen. He's one of the speediest players on the planet, so I'm not afraid of him going down on time as long as the position is good.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but 5+3 doesn't feel like blitz, you know? It actually can have a rapid feeling, because the game can go like 15 to 20 minutes, which is a long time for a blitz game. You know, normally 3+2 is the format. And well, isn't this just very equal? This is very, very equal. I don't know. dc5, and I'm gonna play bishop c5. I'm threatening bishop f2.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of theoretical, well, I don't think it's theory anymore, but the open Catalan from before and this bishop e4 move, c5 later, these are all thematic in the open Catalan. Basically, Hikaru has played all the right moves there in this variation. I don't think white has any advantage anymore, which could mean that this game is leading. Is it leading to a very simplified position, or is black taking some kind of a chance here?
I just want to say that Ding and Carlsen both have 15 seconds on the clock.
Okay, we gotta go back. We gotta go back, baby.
Okay, just for a moment there, it looked like Ding Liren might be winning. Magnus Carlsen, I sure as hell hope he's not gonna have a server issue, because... What?
Don't tell me he...
What? He flagged? Again? What?
No, no, that cannot be.
No, stop it.
I see 0,
No, we're not doing this again. I am not doing this 2 times in the same day. Are you serious? Flagson? Again? No way.
It says 1-0 as the result.
Oh my god, here, incoming server issue, yep.
We're gonna wait for the official confirmation on this, but how much time did he have before his clock went down to 0? Did you see it?
I don't know, but no, I like 10 seconds, but I'm getting informed that again, he's not reacting, and I'm assuming if he's not reacting, he doesn't even know it happened, which probably will mean that they're going to replay the game again, because every time it happens, I mean, I don't know, this is just so ridiculous. I put Dubov and Hikaru on the big screen so we can watch that instead of roll around in the mud of the drama, but...
Yeah. Well, that's just really unfortunate if there's an issue again. We'll wait for a confirmation on what's going on. Has Ding Liren won the game? Are they resuming the game? What's the issue? We don't know. We're gonna focus on the chess in the Dubov Nakamura game.
Yeah, chess for sure. Well, as much chess as we can get. It is very equal, I think, in this position. But there is some tension. The pawns in the center of the board are staring at each other. Apparently what had happened last time is that Ding Liren had played a move that had not registered on Magnus's end. That's what happened.
Oh.
So, he never saw Ding's move. On Ding's end, he did play a move, and it did go through the server.
Was that in the previous game, or now as well?
Yes.
The previous time.
So...
Well, I'm curious to see if that's what happened again. Or did Magnus actually just zone out and lose on time?
I don't know. But I do know that when the games reboot, most likely what's going to happen is that they will have the players with the wrong colors. They will have different pieces on the board. They will have clocks flipped. They will have the wrong countries. They will misspell their names. It's a good day. It's a good day.
Now, as for Hikaru, I do like this position for black. He's got full control of the C file and the D file. There's a potential rook trade, so I don't see an issue here. The only target that white can aim for is the A6 pawn. That's the base of the pawn chain. But I do think that black has more than enough activity here. Queen C7 to offer a queen trade.
Yeah, very, very, very steady position here. And I should just point out that these pawns advanced on the queen side, very different from the pawns we saw advanced on the king side in the first game. There's no weaknesses here. So these pawns can stand and exist, and life is good. And I am checking Twitter to see if... wow.
Any updates? Maybe we're gonna have another tweet from Grandmaster Janja Pomyoshi. If he knows something about the situation, or anyone knows anything, do let us know. Do let us know.
You know what? I sent out a tweet into the Twitter sphere. So
have you? Let me refresh. Hashtag Impact Chess. It's not showing me. Just my browser is too slow. Oh, you didn't use the Levy. You did not use the hashtag.
Sorry. Next time. I didn't. Yeah, hashtag. You know what? I've got time. It's like the 30-second rule of a tweet. I'm gonna delete it. It's gone. I didn't actually.
If there's a typo, you realize you tagged the wrong person, or you forgot to tag someone in the picture. I do think 30-second rule.
30-second rule.
Yes.
30-second rule. It's like dropping food on the floor and then licking the floor. That's the rule, right? Okay, Impact Chess.
I still really dislike that on Twitter you cannot edit. I understand why, but on every other platform you can correct a typo, or if you didn't put the right link. I've tweeted out so many times my latest YouTube video thinking I'm tweeting out my YouTube video, and probably I put in the wrong link. Hopefully to my own channel and to some of my own videos, but maybe I'm tweeting it about someone totally different that's not related to my content. So who knows? Yet the links can be tricky and you cannot edit it. Opposite colored bishop endgame for Hikaru.
Draw.
This is a draw.
Wait.
Nichia.
Yes, literally Nichia. I think if we do Russian commentary, everybody gets stronger by like 50 points. I think that's what happens.
Or just the Russian accent. I think it makes you stronger too. Can you continue the rest of the commentary?
Well, I mean,
Russian accent.
When you did commentary, you did with Grishuk, so he is definitely. I will send him some invite to join the show. But I mean, all I know is that if I had server problems, and I don't think I would get now I just need to disconnect a couple of times, and I will simply get another game. So.
Oh my god, you're really good at impressions.
But well, unfortunately, okay, and we have an official draw, by the way. This match, no one has a server problem. A guy's making a move, the other guy's getting the move, this guy's responding with a move, there's no problems. 5 blitz games done. 5 games done. Draw agreed. Wait, no. Dubov Hikaru is a draw. Ding Magnus is whatever. I don't even...
Yeah, we don't know what's going on there. Maybe the game will resume. Maybe it was a 1-0 in terms of Magnus losing on time. We're gonna wait and see.
Okay, well, yeah, I saw chat spamming things. I want to know what is actually going on, rather than... Next game started?
What next game?
Oh my god, wait, Ding won! It's official! Magnus lost officially!
So he did flag. No server issues. He forgot about his time and he flagged.
So Magnus actually lost on time?
What?
Wow. Incroyable. I don't...
Yeah, he had about 10 seconds at least when we tuned back. He must have just forgotten about the time. Once again, it happens so rarely. at such high level, but also take into account that they are now switching from rapid to blitz. So sometimes the transition can be tricky, but you wouldn't expect such an experienced player as the world champion to forget about the clock. You would not expect that.
No, I would not expect that. And here we have another game where he accepts this doubled f-pawn structure, which looks strange. It looks like the pawn can be weak, but it actually is a structure. Was it Rubinstein who played like this? Where he would take on f4 with the double his pawns and then take on d4 with the knight?
I believe so. I believe so. And this is a must-win situation, by the way, for Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
This is the second blitz game. There are only 2 blitz games in total. If he does not win this one, Ding Liren claims today's match.
What a day, by the way. Just say,
yeah.
What a day.
What a start to the finals.
I almost feel like it's overshadowing who we're really here to support more than anything else. Like we want to see Hikaru crush. That's
yeah.
We want to see great chess. We want to see, but I'm so happy that the other match is providing us drama. That is just so perfect. If the other match was just cut and dry, great. But wow. So it was ruled a connection issue on Magnus's side. It was not a connection issue for Ding Liren. That is amazing. That is amazing. I can't even... Incredible.
Connection issue on Magnus's side.
Yep.
Wow. We did have a reversed connection issue between Magnus and Ding Liren in the Chessable Masters, where Magnus Carlsen gave back the point the following game by losing his queen on purpose, both his gambiting on move 5. But in this case, the position... What was the position like, actually, when he lost some time? It was... Oh, we do have it on the board.
Yeah, we do.
I'm silly. I didn't realize we...
Yeah,
But...
it was a slightly worse endgame, but I mean, probably nothing that he couldn't hold with proper time and good play. Like...
So, we do have the names reversed, that Magnus was playing with the black pieces. He was a pawn down, but as you said, it's likely that he could have held a draw. But it's very different to when something is a dead draw, because this is still game on. I don't think Ding Liren will be like, oh shoot, I need to give the point back because this was a dead draw. It wasn't a dead draw. What do you think, Levy?
I think that it was holdable. He might have lost it anyway, but I also think that his position in this game is perfect when you need to play for a win. And I just also want to call to attention that if you win against Magnus in a way that is like this, you are rattled going into the next game, right? Like,
yeah.
You're rattled. I mean, you're like, whoa, what just happened? He flagged again. What on earth? I have no time. Are we going to have a break? What, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And okay, by the way, Hikaru Dubov is, they're making moves. Let me just refresh it. Put Magnus versus Ding on the bottom board. But if he had gotten to finish the entire game, Anna, and win, it would be a totally different story. He wouldn't have all those emotions. He would just be like...
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. Both are rattled, yes, but maybe Magnus is just angry, whereas Ding Liren is like, I'm gonna crush this. Magnus is angry, Ding Liren is like, maybe
confused.
Yeah.
What just happened.
Okay.
But yes, you're right that this position for Magnus with the white pieces, it is a great position to have in a must-win situation. More space, a promising attack on the king side. So I do think that Magnus will want to get the point back on the board, and then it would mean an Armageddon. Sorry,
yes,
I almost made a mistake there.
Armageddon. I'm actually kind of surprised that King B1, Hikaru just playing a very quick move, 5.5 minutes. Hikaru, go H4. Hikaru, do it for me. Just play H4. G4 or H4 has to be the move. There it is. We're playing for the win.
Yay!
There it is.
Did it.
There it is. A weird Sicilian, offbeat Sicilian. H4. Let's go, Hikaru. H4. Or F4. H4, F4. We got to beat this fool. This is and there it is. My man. He's doing it. By the way, everybody, queen takes G7 is not a free pawn because bishop F6, very common pattern. Here we go.
Just another Bottas gambit. There are way too many opportunities for gambiting like that.
Yeah, don't take the queen. Don't take the queen. Queen. Oh, but that's a good move. Sorry, not don't take the queen. Did I say don't take the queen? Don't take the pawn.
Yeah.
Don't take taking the queen. In this case, you probably should take the queen. Dubov very precise. Just goes for the queen trade. Doesn't want any drama. All right, Hikaru wants the queen trade on his terms. That's very, that's very nice.
Yeah, by bringing the knight to d4, that would be ideal. The bishop on c6 hanging, and we have improved the knight from c3 to d4, and it's on the board. The knight is already rerouting toward the a5 square. That's so annoying when the knight lands on a5, targeting the b7 bishop.
Yeah, chaos unfolding in the other game, Carlsen Ding. I'm keeping it on the small screen for now, but just those of you that see it on the bottom left, Magnus has a queen on b1, a bishop on h7. If you flip them around, it would be checkmate. That is unfortunately not allowed. Okay, bishop e2 from Hikaru. Look how fast he's playing. 20 moves in. He's got more time than he started with. You gotta love it.
Yeah. I like by Dubov rook b8, just so that after knight a5 he does have a square on a8 for the bishop. But I do think that Hikaru's position is advantageous because of having more space. Not much of a deal, of course. Slight advantage I'm talking about, but more comfortable.
I hate f6. What is f6? I mean, I get it. He wants to play king f7. I mean, those of you that don't know, Daniil Dubov, Magnus Carlsen, they're on the same team. Not in this tournament, that would not be allowed, but Dubov helped Magnus prepare for the last World Championship match. So you see, Dubov saw Magnus's game and was inspired to put his king on f7. Now, hopefully he's also not inspired and disconnects as well. So, f6, king f7. What does Hikaru play here? I would try to move the bishop back and play f4. That's my idea. That's what I wanted. But I don't...
Makes sense to challenge the knight on e5. That's the best piece of black.
I want to do it, but I'm worried, because if you play f4, you destabilize your center.
Ooh, can we just go back to the Carlsen game for a moment?
Yeah.
Because what is going on? Piece sacrificed by the world champion.
And it's winning. It looks winning. I mean, according to the eval bar, that's... Oh, and because he's just taking all the pawns. He gets all of Ding's pawns.
Oh, now the e6 pawn as well.
Uh-oh. Knight d4, and Magnus has 4 pawns on an open field. It's like driving on the highway. The horses or the cows, depends where and why you're driving. And also, this rook is trapped. You can't play rook d7 because of knight f8. Oh my gosh, Magnus Carlsen
Now that is a real issue, that the rook is trapped. So it's not only the 4 pawns, but the rook is dropping. Well, that means Magnus wins this game. That's a tie. We're gonna see an Armageddon.
Yeah, we are going to see an Armageddon. And we might see an Armageddon in this game. This is a very tense middle game. Oh, man. Daniil Dubov is not messing around. King f7, rook d8, d5. Here we go. What will Hikaru do? His time advantage has slipped into an equal time situation. You could take on d5, or you could play f4. What is he going to do?
Well, I sure hope he has something planned, because if not, it does look like black will be fine, at least fine. The moment when you get to place the d5 push in a Sicilian, that usually is a good sign if you can play it under good conditions.
And he does just go f4. So, wow, this is kind of exciting.
Really exciting. But it could also well mean that we're gonna see an Armageddon. But I know I still can't pronounce it properly. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying so hard.
What do you mean? Of course, this is outstanding. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Not pronouncing it correctly. No, it's actually outstanding. So,
Wait, what's going on now after bishop f3?
Rook,
Why the rook c1, the pawn dropped, so do we have to play bishop g6 and trade on d8 to win a tempo?
That was my I don't know noise. In case it wasn't clear. Yeah, bishop f3 looks unpleasant. mildly speaking. That rook is looking very annoying. I don't know. No. I don't want to play rook c1. I don't want to play rook c1, but maybe you have to. I think you have to play bishop g6 and then maybe move the rook up. Rook c1 just doesn't...
It cannot be right.
Yeah,
Rook
okay, you have to play
so
bishop
g6 played.
I just said bishop gs. It's a new square. It's like S tier, just like Tirzu. Take on d8, and probably something with knight d4. I mean, you don't just want to lose g4. Okay, knight d4, bishop g4. If knight e6, then bishop e6, rook e6, rook d1 is mate, so that's impossible. So knight d4, bishop g4, probably knight c6, rook d7, bishop e8. I'm running out of moves, Anna. I don't know what to do. Rook c7, I don't see it. I don't see it.
I'm also just in the corner of my eye. I'm looking at the Carlsen Ding position, and the rook is still on the board. I'm slightly puzzled, but maybe this is even better. Or how did he keep the rook?
Man.
Did we miss something?
I mean, we might have missed something, but I still think Magnus...
king went to g8, so that after knight takes e6, the rook d7 move was possible. Still 4 pawns for the piece, so as you said, that's in itself is quite a huge deal when it comes to passed pawns.
So now Hikaru probably has to just take this bishop and kick out the knight with b3. So he's down a pawn, but because he's got such a clamp on the position and what we call a queenside majority, he has 3 pawns versus 2 on this side of the board. He can have an advantage in trying to create a passed pawn. He has to take the bishop. So normally we teach that it's bad to trade when you're down, but in this case I'm not sure you really have a choice. So okay, knight d6 I would imagine. I mean, knight d2, knight f3 also possible because it comes with check. But he's asking, how did Hikaru do? We are literally watching the game. Like it's currently 2.5, 2.5. So
yes, this is a second blitz game. If this ends in a draw, then we're gonna see an Armageddon.
Yes, I'm glad we've made you start saying that. So for the cost of 1 juicer, okay, apparently knight f3 just loses to rook d1, rook d8. So yeah, so he has to play like this. Oh, very nice maneuver here. Rook e3, rook c3, rook c8. Let's go mate the guy. I mean, why not? Let's go mate the guy. Rook e3, let me get it. Let me get some... Maybe he plays just king b2, also a very solid move, but...
I would expect this to end in a draw, and
hold your breath.
In that case, Armageddon.
Okay, I'm getting a little nervous. We're down a minute. Rook e3 is not an egregious move to spot, but then you do have to look at b4, but then maybe there's bishop e1 with some ideas. Oh man, we're down 2 minutes. We got it. Let me see some rook e3. We wait. It's on the board. Bishop e1, and he missed bishop e1.
No way. No.
So bishop e1, maybe he thinks... Wait, what?
Wait, does he think he has knight f1 and then... No, but how do you get out of there? And the pawn on b4 will be hanging.
Bishop
I
e1...
think he did miss it.
So knight f1... Well, knight f1, there's also the ridiculous rook d3, offering the trade of the rooks, and then you're going to win the queenside pawns. And again, it's this majority on the queenside, which is... just crushing. So, wow, we're better, but we're down a pawn. So,
yeah. And in the meantime, I believe the world champion has won his endgame against Ding Liren, tying the score, meaning that there is gonna be an Armageddon between these two players. Like Ding versus Magnus Carlsen. Magnus choosing the color.
Yes, Magnus does get to choose the color because of his higher seeding in the event, I would imagine. Yeah. Dubov plays knight f3. What a match! I mean, what the drama of that match is just unbelievable.
It is.
So, I got nothing to say. Craziness. Hikaru, meanwhile, has won back his pawn. He's got 3-on-1, is what we say here. Not 3-1, hashtag Golden State, but 3-on-1 on this side of the board. Push these guys, and that's it. That's what we're gonna try to do. We're gonna try to get this win. +2, according to the supercomputer. Bishop is back. And we are trying to get a6, but we are giving away h5 potentially.
So if h5 is taken, white can take on e6 first and then the a pawn since it's not running away. And the pair of bishops in this position where there's play on both flanks, this could be really tough for that knight standing on h4, kind of out of the game. Rook to d4.
I would just go... Yeah, I was just gonna say, can't you just play bishop c5 and take on a6? Wow, this is insanity. All the pawns have fallen. Knight g2, bishop h5. It's literally gonna be 3 on 4 on the other side of the board.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. He's taking e5 played. He's taking e5 played, bishop c4, and there we go, we're running. a5.
A pawn is running. Push him, baby.
This is craziness. 20 seconds for Dubov. Not the world's most elite defender. Especially not in this kind of situation. This is crazy. This is crazy.
I don't think that it's even that... Is it even objectively possible to defend this? He's just very occupied on the king side. All the black pieces are on the king side. It's gonna take forever to try to stop the a-pawn. I think white is winning. White
is winning for sure. I mean, eval bar aside, everybody, bishop f3 seems to be the only chance. Now Hikaru has to trade and just go. Just go. Apparently king b2 was mildly more precise. Apparently rook c3 allows black to get a move, but I don't... Oh, because... What? Because what? Knight d4 or something? What is this? Yeah, I mean, Engine is saying knight d4. If Dubov finds this, credit to him, he gets his knight back. Because right now the bishop is blocking out the knight, is the problem. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Is he going to play knight d4? If not, it's over. 2, 1! And he's made a move with a second on the clock, a6.
He did play knight to d4 with 1 second on the clock.
And this is it. I mean, we just... So, there's a check. Do you play king a4? Is it winning with king a4? And he... Oh, and he finds it. Rook e8, rook b8, and you push. And that's it. Rook e8, rook b8 defense. a6, a7. Game over. Dubov is thinking, or he might just resign.
This is the second blitz game, ladies and gentlemen. If Hikaru wins, he wins the match of today. First set will go to Hikaru. The a pawn is unstoppable, together with that b pawn supporting it.
And Dubov's just playing on 3-second bonus right now. The pawn's way too powerful. Plus 18. We're gonna get a queen. King c1 and Dubov resigns. He trusts that Hikaru can mate him up a rook or a queen, or apparently not. Apparently he will not. And it's over. It's official. 1-0 for the good guys.
Hikaru wins his first set. That is, the semifinals are a best of 5. So Hikaru needs to win another 2 of the sets. Today was the first set and he has just won it. He's on his way of qualifying to the finals, but as we said, best of 5, so still a lot to play for, and we hope to be joined by Hikaru shortly for the Armageddon game between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, wow. Just wow. We're gonna get him on here as soon as we can. I'm not sure, maybe he will have to give some official word, but wow. Wow.
That was a brilliant turn of events for Hikaru. We thought that the end game, if we can just go back to this madness with the bishop f3, bishop takes g4, it even felt like it was dangerous for Hikaru. I was getting worried about white's position, but then he found this idea where the black knight gets into quite some trouble. It doesn't get trapped, but it just shifts out of the game fully while white takes the pawn on b4, and that completely turned the events for white. It is then white who can play this endgame for a win.
Yeah, this is a great point. Bishop f3 looked a little bit dangerous, but somehow you give away the pawn and everything just somehow falls together in the position.
Yeah.
I mean, I could talk forever about the game, about the but I'm not even sure we're gonna have that much time. Carlsen Ding is starting. Carlsen did choose the white pieces. Yeah, okay, so Hikaru has to give an official interview, and then he will join us. I'm not sure he's actually going to be able to join us for the full duration of this game. This game might just fly on by. Remember, Armageddon, everybody, is 5 minutes. for white, 4 for black. No bonus time. If black makes a draw, black wins. Black will win the match. But if the only way white can win is by winning the game, or by winning on time, I suppose. So, what an outstanding day of chess. I mean, my goodness.
This is just day one, ladies and gentlemen. Day one of the finals of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour. Levy, I'm so thrilled that the games have been this sharp, this complex, this crazy. It's been a feat to be witnessing every single one of them. Every single game has been so exciting. I'm overwhelmed.
Listen, I woke up, I think it was Friday morning, and my voice was completely gone. I knew that after Friday I'd have to take a day off on Saturday, but I'm very happy I did, because I mean, my vocal cords are probably going to hurt again after today. I mean, just some wild games. And guys, I hope you can bear with me. We will have to crop Hikaru once he's here. I will do it live on air. It will look very ugly for like a minute. That's mostly because I'm on it, but we'll have 3 hosts and it'll be great. So, wow.
We are looking forward to be joined by Hikaru, who won his first set today. Once again, it's the best of 5, so still a couple of more days to go. But great start for Hikaru, who lost his very first game. So from game 1, which was a disaster, this was an incredible comeback, and then just taking the lead. He lost then in game 4 of the Rapid, so Dubov bounced back from a situation which we thought was already really, really tough to get back from. And in Blitz, Hikaru won the second one, which decided the match. As for the Armageddon between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren, Magnus will choose the color. What do you predict, Levy, for his choice?
Oh, he chose white, I think. I think it's official. They're just waiting to get started. Yeah.
Awesome.
I think so.
A reminder about the Armageddon, that it's white who has an extra minute, 5 minutes versus 4, no increment, but in case of a draw, black wins the match. So that counts for black. Black has draw odds in Armageddon.
Yeah, I don't know when the moves begin. I have no idea whether there's server issues. I mean, if someone loses on time in this game, that will be just truly the cherry on top of an amazing ice cream sundae of chess. I mean, it's wow, no pun intended. It's actually Sunday. I'm not used to like doing commentary on a Sunday, but they start these things on Sunday, so
they do. We are just here waiting for that first move between the world champion and Ding Liren, who did very well today. I thought that in terms of the games, we have seen all sorts of different situations, including the technical issue where the game was resumed minutes later, but the position on the board before the issue happened was extremely difficult for Ding Liren, if not completely lost after that piece sacrificed by Magnus. So the fact that he managed to recover from that position and save it, that was crazy.
Another London, maybe? Sorry. Have to refresh the page for the live clocks. Okay.
It is
yes,
London.
It is a London. Incredible. I mean, Magnus Carlsen has no interest in discussing theory with Ding Liren.
Or he just watched your yesterday's match, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I hope not. But yeah, 92 is pretty standard, but this is very strange from Magnus. I think Magnus just wants. Wow, Ding Liren is not messing around. Okay, so I think Hikaru is being kept from us for the Armageddon, but trust me, we don't blame the producers over on the main broadcast. I also would want to keep Hikaru for the broadcast. I don't know. I'm assuming he will join us after, but scrambling to get all this going. Remember, there is no bonus time, so whatever you see on the clock is exactly what it is. It's 8 minutes of time total. So cropping and all that stuff might be difficult, but I'm assuming that after the game is done, he'll join. And well, I mean, can you respect the grind of this man? Like, he just drove cross country, like set up a stream setup where he's at.
Yep.
Played
within the matter of hours. He streamed for the first time yesterday from California.
Like, I don't know. It's craziness, absolute craziness. Like, beats Dubov. Trust me, I understand Hikaru haters were salivating when he lost that first game. I mean, I'm sure they were, but that's why we have an amazing group of people watching us, folks here. You guys have been so supportive and amazing throughout the day. Mad love and respect to all of you, and also to Anna, who's unfortunately not going to be here tomorrow, but in 2 days, you're back. I mean, I hope the games are going to be equally exciting, Anna, so...
I hope so too, and I'm sure you'll do a great job tomorrow with your co-host. I don't know if it can be announced already who will be your co-host tomorrow, but yes, I'll be back the day after tomorrow.
I think tomorrow we got Eric Rosen joining. And wait, can I, before we even hold on. Magnus is dead lost. Magnus dead lost. Magnus is dead lost. He's literally just dead lost. It's -2.
Magnus has to win this game with the white pieces. That's how Armageddon works. White has to play for a win, but his position is not really the one you play for a win. It's the one you try to save.
Yeah, and where's his time advantage? I mean, okay, now it's building up because he's playing a few fast moves. Ding Liren's got 3 minutes on the clock. 3:20 ain't nothing. Look, you play fast, you're gonna make bad moves, and that's what Magnus is doing. Queen c5, let's go. Pin that rook. Okay, b5, maybe he won't see that the queen is hanging. I don't know, but...
You can also play queen c5 after, or queen to d6, same for the queen trade. I mean, black is just so safe here. It's like playing for 2 results, where both results favor black, so a draw is just as good for Ding Liren. He now plays your move, queen to c5.
Just looks terrible, but look at Magnus. Magnus has played the last few moves very quickly, and look at Ding Liren's advantage. Now knight d4. Consolidate the center. Magnus, very experienced. Worse for a few moves, navigating the waters, plays very fast, very solid, and builds it up. Now, you should not play this fast normally, but he's got to press the clock. That's his big advantage, so... and as I'm saying that, he tanks and he's only got a 15-second time lead. Is he gonna flag again? Like, why is he thinking for 40 seconds?
Hopefully not. I think our audience is wondering, why do we say that black has an advantage here? Levy, what would you highlight are the main factors for black doing better here?
Well, I think it's just piece activity, right? Like, you look at king safety, you look at materials equal. The king safety is definitely in favor for Ding Liren with this queen pressuring and the active pieces. The 2 bishops kind of staring down into the structure of pawns. The advantage is there, but can he capitalize before Magnus consolidates? I see hot takes in the chat that I hate Magnus Carlsen. That's truly fascinating. I mean, I had no idea how that would become public, but well, now that it's out there, I guess I can't deny those reports. So... Well, Anna, would you
you're analyzing objectively the position. White's position is worse. It's not a disaster, so anything can still happen. This is a blitz game, but objectively speaking, black pieces are more active. Black has got the pair of bishops. Everything seems to be just perfectly fine in terms of the black setup. There are no targets, there are no threats from white that black can fall into, and now the time is even. White used to have a minute of advantage.
Yeah, so this looks like white made some progress, but now here comes Ding Liren. And wait, is that right? Is Ding Liren up on the clock? Rook b2? Rook b2?
So. Yep. You can take the pawn. Free stuff. Now officially, black has a pawn up and
Rook d1.
Same time.
Okay, or that. Fine.
King g7 seems just fine. He doesn't let the queen come back at any point later to f6. Although, like the e6 rook. The e6 rook is pinned and would have been hanging, but he's just playing it very safe. Rook d1 now! Nice! If queen takes, then queen takes e3, and then capturing the c3 pawn too. 2 pawns up for black if the rook is taken.
Well, all this goes to show you is don't play the London 3 times at Super GM level in a match. Magnus Carlsen is down 2 pawns. He's down a ton on time, and Ding Liren does not care if this is a draw, because he's playing with the black pieces in Armageddon. Queen e5 and c3. Get him out of here.
Yep.
It's over. And they've agreed to a draw, and Ding Liren wins!
He wins the first set, today's set, against the world champion who knocked him out of the Chessable Masters quarterfinals. And also, he lost to Magnus in the Magnus Invitational. So quite a payback from the Chinese Grandmaster to the world champion. What a thriller this whole match has been, going down the wire in an Armageddon.
For the first time in my life, I can maybe admit to being speechless. I don't know what to say. Today was an incredible day of chess. It might have been everything that you wanted the finals to live up to. we had disconnects, and it wasn't Ding Liren. It was Magnus Carlsen. We had Ding Liren winning the mini-match, which was insane. Yeah. We had Hikaru starting off with checkmate on the board, basically, for Dubov in 15 moves in the first game before clapping back with 2 games. And then suffering the setback in the 4th Blitz game, bringing it all back, and winning the 2nd Blitz game in a crazy endgame. Wow. I mean, wow. I'm assuming that Hikaru will join us, Anna, on Zoom. So here comes cropping. It's gonna be great.
I can't wait for your cropping technique. And once again, impressive. Both semifinals started out on fire. All the games have been extremely sharp, really complex. I think we can only thank the 4 participants of the finals for just going all in, being the fighters they are.
Yeah, one thing that we haven't talked about really since we started. We've got a massive watch party at this point, but we've got Kiva, as you can see below me, it's a non-profit that's been around for about 15 years. We talked about it at the beginning. We will summarize just before Hikaru gets on, but very cool micro lender. They support entrepreneurs and small businesses across 77 countries, and I think their whole initiative for this event is 50% of whatever it goes for premium. They give to COVID relief and COVID support. So pretty cool tournament all around. Not to mention what the players get.
Exactly, and as we said at the beginning of the event, it's great that Chess24 thought of a way that the Magnus Carlsen tour basically was born out of the COVID crisis situation to be able to create an opportunity for the top players of the world to still compete, even if they can't have their over-the-board tournaments. Let's have a serious tournament series online for these top players, and now they want to give back by basically closing the circle and trying to support small businesses at Kiva and their COVID response fund. So I think this is a really nice idea, that just making sure that the support goes back to where it's most needed. Yeah,
I mean, junior chess players who were chasing accolades in terms of youngest grandmaster and youngest IM, I mean, those things it was a setback, but chess through all this has, I don't use this word lightly, I mean, it's literally been blessed by whatever higher power.
Has been crazy, indeed.
It's been unbelievable watching all these players, and what a final day. I mean, it's day one. Day one. So if I can hope for Armageddons every single day, going back and forth, the players' health will suffer, but the spectators...
But we would love it. We would love it. That means 7 games guaranteed in every single match. And once again, reminder that this was just the first day, and it's a best of 5, so a player has to win 3 of these sets. Today was the first set. 3 sets will need to be won in order to qualify to the finals, which will be the best of 7 games. 7 matches, sorry, now I'm confusing my own terms. I like to call them sets just for that.
Yes. And there he is. I'm going to adjust this, guys. Hikaru.
Yeah, fix the mic, I guess, or something, or all those little things.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude, what's with the art, by the way? Is this you trying to look like you're some high-end, like, art collector or something?
I painted it myself.
That
What are you saying? I painted this myself. Congratulations, by the way, Hikaru.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Anna. I saw the skull. I saw the skull. Sorry, I saw the skull behind Levy, and yeah.
No worries. I did paint this on stream. Just saying.
Actually, yeah, I've seen you do a little bit of painting, so yeah, that looks nicer. It looks more authentic than Levy's magically placed like art behind him. That doesn't look natural at all. I will say that.
Okay, I'm gonna try to crop Hikaru a little bit better here.
I think that cropping is pretty decent, Levy. I'm gonna rate it as an 8 out of 10. But congratulations, Hikaru. That was an insane match against Daniil Dubov. How would you sum it up?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would sum it up is in the first game, I just wasn't awake enough. I fell asleep at the wheel, and I played the wrong capture on d5. I took with the knight instead of the queen. I mean, the queen takes d5 isn't played in many of the games in the Magnus event by Peter Lacko, by Wesley So, and other players. So I just fell asleep at the wheel. The good thing is because I lost so quickly, I kind of didn't really have much time to think about it on the one hand, and I could just focus on the next game. But then the second game also was not anything to really be inspired by, because I thought I got maybe a small advantage in the middle game, and then I completely threw it away when I didn't trade these queens. And then somehow Daniil, he played the wrong order, I think, got his king in the center of the board at the wrong moment, and after that I was able to trick him and win the game. So those were kind of the first two games. Third game, I thought I played a very good game. I defended against his attack throughout. And then the fourth game, I got very careless. I let him get into an end game that I thought would be a relatively easy draw, and it turns out that it's not. I'm sure a computer could have drawn it, but I didn't play it accurately. And Daniil found some very good moves and showed some good technique, so I lost that one. And that's how we got to 2-2. And then in the blitz, first game, maybe I was slightly worse. And then the second game, it was just very messy. I don't really know what was going on, but I had the two bishops, I had more time, and I also had a much clearer plan with the outside pass pawns on the queen side. So I think all three of those things contributed to winning in the sixth game.
Yeah, we were watching, and I don't know if we were debating with Anna, but I think I kind of said something like
tip $3. Pet the Hikaru.
Donation coming in, so sorry, it's talking over my voice. Okay. My question was going to be like, does it probably it's not as bad losing a game like that, because you can just like throw it in the garbage and you just go, all right, like I got to get back in it, but I'm down one. Like what were you kind of, how were you feeling entering the second game? Was it like that, or were you like, frustrated you couldn't get off to, a fast start?
I mean, I guess what I would say is if you're going to lose a game, those are the best kinds of games to lose. The games where like you forget your opening preparation or your opponent comes with some idea and you just lose without it really being a game. Those are objectively the best kinds of losses, at least in my opinion. And so, yeah, when I lost that game, I kind of just shrugged it off. The other good thing is because it's such a long series of matches, it's not just, say, a best of one. There isn't the same kind of pressure, so it's much easier to shake it off and then come back and play the next game instead of having to worry about what will happen. So, yeah, it was crazy, but somehow I found a way.
What's next from here on? Since you said it's a best of 5, so there's obviously you still need 2 more set wins in order to qualify to the finals. But do you think that a start like this will change anything, or tomorrow, in terms of what Daniil has to do, in terms of what you're gonna do? Tell us about what you're thinking when you already are leading with 1 set.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is it doesn't change much. It just means I have to win 2 out of 4 instead of having to win 3 out of 4. I guess that's the upside to it. But in general, I don't think it changed a whole lot because it's best of 5. So like I think maybe Daniil will play different openings. I'm probably going to play something a little bit different tomorrow as well. And so we'll shift it up a little bit, but I don't think it changes a whole lot overall in terms of the approach.
Only in terms of opening preparation. Makes sense.
Yeah. We were enjoying the Sicilian battles and then all the middle games that came after that. I guess I was going to ask how much you know about what's going on after, like outside of your games. Did you see the drama with Ding and Magnus?
I mean, I literally saw none of it, and that's because the games were not staggered. So when we played in some of the earlier events, they had it where the round times were set. Like say the game starts at 10, second game's 11, 10, 12, 20, 1:30, and so forth. But because they automatically started all the games 10 minutes after it finished, and when you combine it with the fact that my first game did not go more than, I want to say, like 10 minutes or 15 minutes at most, I didn't really have a chance, because then I was always playing when Magnus and Ding were playing. I never really had a chance, and so I know Magnus lost in the end, but other than the Armageddon game, which I saw, I have no idea what happened in their match, so I will go and check that out later.
Yeah, it was a bit peculiar because he played 3 Londons. He played the London even in the Armageddon, and yeah. Okay. I also taught Anna about Armageddon. We were saying it quite a lot. I taught her about juicers.
I learned it. I'm trying. I'm really trying.
It's been a
Armageddon.
I know you're quite serious, so we're just trying to.
Well, it's all good, Levy. Let's just make sure we, since Anna does speak Spanish, we don't start giving her those mispronunciations as well.
What?
Oh,
Caballo?
Other ones?
Yeah.
Cabello? Really? I hope that it's
yes.
Camila Cabello.
It's yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
I understand you probably have to get some rest. You're wait, I have a question. You're on the West Coast, so it's 11.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, I was up very early.
Yeah, weren't you up at like 5 or 6 in the morning? That must be.
Yeah, I was. I mean, luckily, since I drove cross country, I'm still not completely on West Coast time, but I think these matches take a lot out of you. Even though they only go like 3.5 hours, they are very tiring, especially with the swings, the ups and downs. So I am tired, but again, I'll probably come back later and stream a little bit for everybody. But I'm definitely gonna go take a break and go relax for a little bit because that was very stressful.
Yeah, we'll let you go. I mean, thank you for the games. Thank you for the 2 sets of interviews you had to do. It's been wild. So
yeah,
get some rest. I mean, everybody, we'll see you later. So we're all gonna sign off, guys. Awesome.
Thanks both of you guys, to Levy and to Anna as well. You guys are doing amazing commentary. So just keep up the good work, and I think everybody loves it.
Thank you so much, Hikaru, and I'm sure that your community will be eagerly waiting for you to come back if you take a rest and then stream again on your channel. Good luck for tomorrow as well, and we're gonna be keeping an eye on your progress. I mean, Levy will be in the front row seat, but I'll be back the day after tomorrow.
Right.
Before we sign off, we helped Anna hit 30,000 today. So
yes,
maybe
thank you so
fantastic.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
There's milestones all over. All right, we'll let you go. Take care. Bye, everybody.
All right,
It's
see you
been real.
guys. Bye, chat. Thank you.